SABC, given what we banning platforms in the institution. The huge elephant in the room is obviously the issues around the funding model of the SABC. You will have seen in recent months there would have been discussion around the funding model within the context of the South African Broadcasting Corporation Bill, what that funding model looks like, but I think all discussions at the end of the day are anchored on its urgency. We believe as a committee that the SABC is a strategic institution of state, and it has to not only survive, but it should be able to thrive and compete in the digital era. Now, that leads us to the next item of concern for the committee is the state of readiness of the SABC for the analog switch-off, which, as you will all know, has been scheduled for the 31st of March 2025. There are concerns that have been raised by the SABC as well as other broadcasters about the state of readiness of not only the SABC but the broadcasting industry as a whole. So those are some of the issues that we want to interrogate today. You will have seen last week that Parliament was not able to receive the budget from the Minister of Finance. And one of the key issues that the National Treasury has been speaking about is the fact that they are no longer seeking to ensure that there's bailouts for state-owned institutions. Now, we want not to make a case for further bailouts of the SABC. The SABC had received a bailout of 3.2 billion less than 5 years ago. So we want to see the efficacy of that, and having received the bailout, how have we managed to at least implement some of the measures which were part of the turnaround strategy. So that's our agenda in a nutshell that we'll be going through. But most importantly, the people of the SABC, the staff that we'll be engaging with today, to understand also the challenges and concerns from their side. I do want to reflect a little bit on the SABC bill process, because I do know that that has been an issue of interest. In October of 2023, that bill was tabled in Parliament. The 6th Parliament started processing it. There were oral written submissions that Parliament had received. Of those, 7 stakeholders indicated that they would like to make oral submissions to the committee. When we came in the 7th Parliament, we continued that process after the bill was reintroduced into Parliament by Minister Malatsi. During the oral submissions, we heard that there were a number of flaws in the bill, some significant, some cosmetic. And as you'll understand, the parliamentary process is that once those submissions have been received, the department concerned or the sponsor of the bill would then respond to it and obviously indicate their willingness or otherwise to make the amendments through the parliamentary process around that bill. Now, in our case, after the oral submissions, the minister indicated that he would like to withdraw the SABC bill. At the time, we held the view that the manner in which the process was handled, and I want to be clear that it was the process, and then secondly, the issues that were raised by the minister, which spoke to what he believes is overreach on the part of the executive in the establishment of a commercial board, as well as a funding model for the SABC. We held the view that those were not insurmountable and could have been amended by the committee. Be that as it may, we're sitting now in a situation where the leader of government business, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, has intervened. He has met with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Minister regarding the withdrawal of the SABC bill. As a committee, we've been made aware of communications between the Deputy President, the Minister, and the Speaker around that bill. In essence, the Deputy President has asked for comprehensive, I don't want to say cogent, comprehensive reasons why the Minister would want to withdraw the bill, and thereafter the Deputy President would present those for Cabinet. I don't want to say consideration, adoption, present them to Cabinet. At this point in time, we want to give space to that process, and I'm saying that because I also don't want that discussion to cloud our oversight visit. We want to give space to that discussion. In the last meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we agreed that we would stand down until the process has been completed between the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the Speaker. So we do not at this point have any further inputs or amendments or anything that we are making on the SABC bill, because we would like to clear, the space for that process of consultation to conclude. So as we are here, we had really hoped, unfortunately I don't think that we have been able to achieve our objectives. We had hoped that we would have serious conversations about this funding model. I want to congratulate the board led by the chairperson and the executive led by the CEO. We have seen significant strides being made in the governance of the SABC. We have seen improvements in the audit outcomes. We have seen, I think, a turnaround and I suppose a leap to innovation with the introduction of SABC Plus and so forth. So we want to commend them, and I think we also want to say that they have a champion and an advocate for their success in this Portfolio Committee. But as they do the work, I think it's important that all of us look to how we are going to strengthen the funding of the public mandate. So please do feel free as you engage today to also put some suggestions on the table. I don't think it's an easy task, whether it's for government or anybody else. And I think the collective minds or putting together of minds can help us to do that. Whether we're looking at a mixed funding model, which brings in government appropriation, which brings in advertising and so forth, accepting that the license regime has failed. But let me not go into the discussions. I think I was just trying to lay a context of our visit, and we look forward to the deliberations. You would have seen the draft agenda on the table. Allow me then to please introduce the members of the Portfolio Committee who are here. When we go into discussions, I will ask them to please come to the front so you'll be able to engage properly. I'm going to start on my left is Honorable Subrathi. That is Honorable Subrathi. Next to him is Honorable Matafa. Next to Honorable Matafa is Honorable Sitole. Next to Honorable Sitole is Honorable Shongwe. Next to Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Makubele. Next to her, Honorable Sauls. Next to him, Honorable Vilagazi. And finally, Honorable Bodlani. Thank you very much. So before we go into our first presentation, Chair, we came in here and we took over. But custom generally dictates that we must be welcomed. And I must say, I was a bit nostalgic walking into this room. I've only ever been here once. It was with then the Secretary General of the ANC, now Minister Gwede Mantashe. We came here the day that Dada Nelson Mandela died, and it was from here that the ANC addressed the nation to inform of the passing of Dada. But please, in line with the values of Ubuntu of Dada, can you come welcome us, Chairperson? Thank you.
My children, I had said to the chair, in light of the time challenges that she has, I would waiver the welcome, and that she must feel that she's at home together with the members. Let me then just dispense the protocol and welcome you, Chair, and the honorable members, the board members of the SABC, the executive led by the CEO, Chair of ICASA, and I know we have a number of our colleagues. I almost forgot to welcome the shareholder. The department is also represented here, and a number of our colleagues in the sector are here. I will not waste too much time. Suffice to say that we are happy to receive you, Chair, and the honorable members, and we are looking forward to a robust and productive engagement. We think that the matters or the challenges that faces the SABC are critical and urgent, and we appreciate the fact that from the committee point of view, you have this appreciation and you have prioritized this engagement. We are hoping for a collective solution. And when I say collective solution, I say this deliberately, understanding that in here we have colleagues from the sector. And I say this because the SABC is the public broadcaster. It belongs to South Africans. And whether you are in the private sector or civil society, the SABC is yours. So it's in all our interest that the SABC succeeds, the SABC survives, but most importantly, that the SABC is positioned to be able to execute on its existential mandate for the sake of our country. So I will not waste time. I will say welcome and thank you very much for making the time to come and have this engagement which seeks to assist the SABC going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, maybe just to kick us off then, we're going to ask, I'm not sure, I saw the chair looking this way. Oh, there you are, DDG Shalem. Are you acting DG today? Receive, just receive. So I'm going to ask, our first presentation is from the department. I think we've called the first three presentations almost scene-setting presentations. So we will take them one by one. With the DCDT going first on policy landscape for a sustainable public broadcasting in the digital age, and then audit on the outcome of the turnaround strategy. Then we'll take the NAB on the state of broadcasting industry report, and then the Broadcasting Research Council on industry audience and currency research. If I could invite those colleagues who will be presenting to come up and sit on stage. May I check who is presenting on behalf of the DCDT? Thank you, DGG. Or do I just confer the title acting DG? NAB, I had seen you, Nadia. Please do come up. And then from the Broadcasting Research Council, please do come up, sir. Thank you. Abazozarana ke presentations. Thank you.
She needs to open the presentation thing. Where are the people?
How are you?
Sure.
Okay. I'm sure it will. It's an instrument.
There. Sure. You almost have to put it in presentation.
No, present.
Don't worry, sis.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of the SABC Board, Deputy Chairperson and Board members, members of the sector, colleagues from the DCDT, and all the presenters that are here. All protocol observed. My name is Colin Dimakato Mashile. In terms of the presentation, I will be addressing the first matter that has been allocated to us. In terms of the policy landscape, what we at the department had observed is that around 2010 and so, the sector has started changing a lot. This is when the introduction of what you commonly refer to as the OTTs was starting to gain ground. And what it did is that, and let it be mentioned that most of them were based in the US and in the West. What they started doing was starting to erode the advertising revenue for the broadcasting sector in general. But at that time, the public broadcasters were losing ground to what you call pay TV. In terms of ICASA, it's called subscription TV. So there was a need for policy responses to such. So what had happened with the OTTs, they started reducing the advertising revenue that was going to the public broadcasters and the commercial and the community. Today, in Pretoria, as we speak, the Competition Commission is releasing its preliminary finding around the media inquiry that they held around how the OTTs are engaging with the publishers. And I think we also played a very key role in that. So as the social media giants and others were gaining ground, the response that had to come from the public broadcasters was that they needed to respond because these OTTs were creating production values that were of so high quality and high level because of their budget that people started getting bored in watching the local broadcasters and others. And therefore it affected the revenue and the audiences for the public broadcasters and others. So they needed to develop responses. And you saw across the globe public broadcasters forming alliances. In the tradition where the public broadcasters were very dominant, especially in the European areas that had developed, or the Commonwealth that had developed like us, there came up an alliance of CEOs of the 10 leading public broadcasters to say, how do we collectively engage and respond to the onslaught from the OTTs? And when we were doing our laws and everything, I think on an annual basis, they have what they called Public Broadcasting International Conference, where the CEOs, programmers, and everyone meet and discuss strategies of how they would want to respond and how do they want to remain relevant to the current environment. So last year, they held their meeting in Canada, and they produced a very good research where they talked about funding, governance, and how you make sure that the public broadcaster remain relevant to the future. And I think, without going into the detail, I think the research that they produced had, in a way, amplified what we had done in the audiovisual white paper and in the SABC bill. So the point here is that globally, public broadcasters are facing the same challenges. Besides financial challenges and political challenges, they are facing a challenge where people are no longer watching them. They are facing challenges where they have to justify themselves why people have to pay television license fees and such issues. So, in terms of the policy environment, I think from our perspective, that is what we were trying to respond to say, how do we ensure that the premium public broadcaster of the African continent, that is the SABC, remains relevant, stands a better chance of surviving. We might not be doing a 100% job, but I think we had gone beyond 80% to say, with what we are intending, we believe that they might stand a better chance of surviving. So what we did here, members, was to provide you with a general of what I've just summarized, a general overview of what all the public broadcasters are facing, that the emergence of the OTT not only challenged them across the globe, they also challenged the various subscription broadcasters in those countries. But because of the role, what the chairperson said, and what the two chairpersons said, because of the role and social obligations and the importance of our public broadcaster, it is one institution where during COVID, we realized that everyone was converging towards that platform, the rich and the poor, and all the family messages were relayed there. And it was not by accident, it is because of its reach. The radio sector reaches the whole of South Africa. Through television, SABC 1, 2, and 3, they can be able to reach the whole sector, rich or poor. So those that are able to subscribe will be those that at least have something. There are some that are falling within the indigent category, and those that do not have, they depend largely on the SABC. But I think what you might have noticed is that the debate might be dominated by those that are used to services in the urban areas, that they forget that if you were to go in one of those areas, you will hear the Khoisan radio station that is run via the SABC. The commercial side and the others, they will be focusing in terms of how they will return the revenue to the shareholders. But in terms of the SABC, is to give social value and importance to what the democratic South Africa is all about. So from our side, we had seen and we continue to see the SABC as a public service that will require the collective of us to support those that do have money and those that do not have money. But because it reaches people that do not have, most of the time, will not have the means, those of us that can afford to a certain extent, we believe it is the right thing to do, to always continue paying for your license fees and ensuring that the SABC, the money of the license fee, it's not money for the SABC, it is to fund the public service mandate of the SABC. So I think that's how people should be seeing it, and that's how other people are seeing it, to say, in terms of the mandate of reaching the unreachable, in terms of the mandate of reaching those that will otherwise not be participating in our democracy, we need to keep on paying for our television license fee or supporting the SABC. With the current misinformation and disinformation, the only hope that we do have, besides the community and the SABC, of balancing the dominant voices, I think it's the SABC because it reaches everyone in terms of the radio bouquet that they do have and the television stations. But as I have indicated, one of the key areas that from a financial perspective, that all the public broadcasters are facing was related to funding. So what is this cornerstone of funding? Terms are highly, highly important when you draft laws and when you draft policy. You see here, it says license fee. So keep that in mind, license fee. What you are paying for is a license fee. In South Africa, it happens to be television license fee. In other countries, you'll have television and household fee. No, television and radio fee. Moving forward, most countries are naming this license fee, it's going to be household fee. Because, why household fee? It is a household fee because the emergence of the OTTs has created a situation where people are able and have the potential to receive broadcasting either from their cell phones, either from their computers, from their movable, let's say, gadgets. So the license fee that can be named household fee, people will be paying for that. And what will that money be used for? It will be used to fund the public service mandate. So in most countries, this still remains an essential part of funding public service media. One of the things that had also changed with the introduction of the OTTs was that they used to be referred to as public service broadcasting. But because they were playing in the convergence and online media environment, they have now changed, and so that they are able to participate in the online and offline environment, they are collectively referred to as public service media organizations. So in most countries, this license fee is the one that is under scrutiny. Almost in all countries where the public service media used to be dominant, it has been scrutinized. You have various parliamentary hearings looking at how this can be improved. You have policy processes going ahead. Hence, I think the point that's been made that this remains one of those collaborative efforts where Parliament has a role, policy has a role, NGOs have a role, SABC has a role, broadcasters have a role. Everyone that is interested in ensuring that the South African democracy survives has a role. So these are various models that various countries have adopted. And then, as it's been said here, most countries will adopt a great array of license fee models. And when they adopt that, one of the other things that they will adopt is the collection method. So in our country, the law had allocated the SABC to be the collecting agency for the television license, and through that the SABC can assign that task to either collecting agencies or not. But in other countries where electricity is being collected efficiently, they are using that to collect the license fee. Where the postal agencies are working, they also use them. Where the private companies, you will find in other countries where a private company will be commissioned to collect, they also adopt such. And where also the tax regime allows, you'll find that it's either collected via their SARS or various mechanism. And I think that's what the funding model was about, to say which best approach will work for South Africa. As a policymaker, you can have options and whatever, but you do not take a position up until you have engaged everyone. So there are various models, and the funding model will be testing that to say the ultimate end that will come, it is the one that will be working for the SABC, for its future sustainability and everything, but it will be based on evidence. So I think that's what it's all about. So, I think this slide was trying to say why there is so much focus around public service media and why there will always be so much focus about the SABC as a contributor to diversity, pluralism, and other issues. And the issues that I have raised, the several methods as well, I think are covered very well. But to provide examples for members and the public and members here, is that you have various, these will not be a whole lot of examples, but these are the ones that will come to mind when we were preparing for this. That in the BBC, in the UK, you have a BBC that is largely funded by a license fee model, and the UK has been one of the countries where there has been various parliamentary hearings about what is the future model of funding and everything, where Parliament, I think, is taking an active role around it. And I think this is the spirit that you are taking, members, that I think is highly appreciated. In Australia, you also have the government-funded model, and in Japan and India as well, and us as well, that are dealing with this. But the United States model, so that probably from a policy side, you will understand why at a certain point, even if we looked at it, we believe that it will not be relevant to us, is that the broadcasting system in America developed differently from us. From the get-go, it has been commercial. And you had public broadcasters being on the margin and being funded by sort of funds from people that will be funding them and local governments and some form of funding which was minuscule. The same funding that we give in our country to the community. It's basically seen as a mixture of public and commercial in the United States. So the philanthropic support and focus on educational programming, that's what it has been. It produces best documentaries and very good historical records, but in terms of its funding model, it is operating within a commercial system, and it's, I think, down there. But you also have other countries that we always look into, because one of the good things about the current direction that we took as government was that every bit of policy that we are going to be making has to be evidence-based. It has to do regulatory impact assessment, or what you call CIAS. So you have to look at other countries to say, with the challenges that you are facing, the best practice is to say how they have addressed it and how they are moving forward. And that's what we've been doing all along in terms of the years. So the other day, it was not correct to say the department does not engage in any research. I think, if I might say it, we are the best researchers around the matters that we deal with. We are on top of many research on a daily basis. That's what we do follow. For the first 6 hours of our day, we follow what is happening around our areas. So Nordic countries are also providing good example for us. They have collectively moved sort of to a public tax regime. In Ireland, you have also very good public broadcaster and various laws and funding mechanism. The good thing about Ireland, members, why we wanted to talk about Ireland, is because they had found themselves in a situation where there was lots and lots of evasion rate. So what they did is that the board of that public broadcaster was given a mandate to say every year they report to Parliament in terms of how they have produced a strategy to reduce evasion rate. And it becomes one of their deliverables to Parliament. And on an annual basis, they say, this is how we have reduced. Evasion was 76. They will say, by the time we finish our term, it will be 50. So every year they will be reporting on that. And we thought that that was one of the good examples. So from our side, we might recommend that when you get a study tours, kindly go there and see how, with the SABC, how they managed to reduce the evasion rate. They did report, they do annual report around it. And in terms of India as well, they've been looking at their public broadcasting for the new future. New Zealand, I think they were trying to merge their public broadcasters, and they produced a study around the funding model where they commissioned people to do that study. It will be a good example for members to consider. Canada has just released a report in terms of the future of the CBC, where their minister had appointed a panel to look into the funding. And I think they also make the same point that we are making, that governance, funding, and other issues are key in the financial, and they need to be addressed. Members will have access to that report. But lastly, we wanted to say, the other thing important for the members is that there are various approaches that you can take as members towards the funding and all the issues related to the SABC. You have countries like Australia, New Zealand, and others in Europe, where you have specific laws named after them. In Australia, you'll have an Australian Broadcasting Corporation Act. In New Zealand, you'll have a TV New Zealand Act. In Europe, you might have some in various other countries that are similar to the SABC bill. That in our tradition, we name all the governance legislation after the entity that we are dealing with. So in terms of the European Media Freedom Act, what it was dealing with, which is, I think it was passed last year, it was to say, how do you continue having independent functioning public service media organization within this digital transformation era? But the point that we are making is that what we deal with in the audiovisual white paper, they'll deal with it in a different legislation like the ECA or the Digital Services Act. And what we deal with in terms of the SABC bill, they will deal with it in their specific governance laws. So that's the approach that I think was we had at the back of our mind when we separated the policies. They are totally separate. The processes, they might be related, but the other one is about governance, management, and others, and the other one is about the larger policy area. And you might find that in the broadcasting chapter of the ECA, where they deal with broadcasting issues and whatever. That's what I think the audiovisual white paper will be addressing. But we wanted to make a very critical point around the creative and cultural industries master plan. As the department, we deliberately participated in this one because we had seen that public broadcasters are seen as cultural institutions and they will be playing all the producers and everything that are dealing with content, South African programming and everything. We managed to have a chapter that was dealing with the creative sector that we are dealing with, because all public broadcasters are seen as institutions where all countries meet when there's a crisis, when there's something to celebrate, your national sports and all of those issues, mass care and all. They are part of this collective that we needed to, but I needed to declare here chairperson of the portfolio committee. We won this battle with a board member badge. We had to go to the arts and culture to convince them that this is one of the future creative economy or digital economy inputs that are very critical that can create jobs and other things. So it's one of her victories that when she goes to the board, she must tell them that I did this. She was our DG at that point. So in terms of concluding, Chair, because of the time, we wanted to say there are many countries that are looking at us in terms of how we are going to deal with the two processes that we are dealing with. I think we inspire many people in terms of the debates that are going to happen. And I think the current policy processes are a step in the right direction. From our side, Chairperson, as you know, we get matching orders from the Minister, Deputy Minister and the DG. But I think what we are saying here is that we are in the right track. The process that we are engaging with, I think we are going to look at it and listen with an attentive voice so that if there's anything that is going to add value to what we will be able to incorporate, because we take input from the industry, from NGOs, from academics, from Parliament, and anyone that engages in public processes. That's why we always hold public engagement to hear every voice that has a role to play. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson of the SABC Board, the Chairperson of the CASA Council, members of the SABC Board, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Omega Shelembe. I am the Deputy DG responsible for SOE Oversight. So when the chairperson of the SABC refers to the shareholder, I am the shareholder representative to the SABC. Chairperson, we have on the agenda or on the program an item called an audit on the 3.2 billion bailout to the SABC. We had requested that the item be deferred from this program because we have not done the work yet. We have requested the services, or maybe let me start from the background. The matter arises from the previous portfolio committee of the 6th administration, wherein the SABC had been granted the 3.2 billion bailout, and it utilized it over that period. At the end of the period, the SABC then submitted the close-out report as to how the 3.2 billion had been utilized. When the portfolio committee received that report, there was a feeling in the portfolio committee that perhaps there needs to be an investigation, independent investigation, to determine whether the funds were utilized for their rightful purpose. We then in the department approached the Auditor General way back in May last year, May 2024, to assist us to undertake this investigation. Even though the Auditor General agreed and accepted the task, they indicated that they had to finish the audits that they are doing in the portfolio before they could assist us with this exercise. I think it would be known to the Portfolio Committee that some of our entities could not finalize their audits in time, and it is only now that we are submitting some of the residual reports to Parliament for tabling. So the AG has not been able to undertake this task. It was only on Friday last week, Chairperson, where we met the Auditor General, and then they committed to produce an engagement letter, which we will use as the basis for this exercise. It is only upon receipt of the engagement letter that we will be able to tell how far or how soon they will complete the exercise. But perhaps just to give the background, on the turnaround plan of the SABC at the time. The turnaround plan had 6 pillars. These pillars were called 1, financial sustainability, 1, content and platforms, 2, digital, 3, human resources, 4, governance, 5, and number 6, in partnerships. And as a result of this turnaround plan, it was decided that the department, together with National Treasury, will monitor the implementation of the turnaround plan on a monthly basis, wherein the SABC came in to report to these 2 departments as to how far they were faring in implementing the turnaround plan. What struck us most, though, was that as much as the SABC touched on all the pillars of the turnaround strategy and implemented up to average of 97% of the objectives of the turnaround plan, there was no traction on the revenue side of the SABC. The revenues continued to decline. Advertising revenue also in particular also continued to decline, as well as license fee collections also declined. Then the question that arises is, were these pillars properly targeted to actually achieve the turnaround that was intended? And that is what we are hoping the AG will help us answer that as the question as we move forward towards closing the chapter on the 3.2 billion. The SABC has since developed a new strategy which seeks to build upon the previous strategy in terms of the pillars, but is directed mostly towards a revenue improvement. We are monitoring that strategy as the department, and we are also having the usual monthly monitoring meetings in that regard. So, Chairperson, that is all I wanted to update this meeting about, the 3.2 billion. It is something that is still coming. We will present the outcome of the audit exercise to the committee as soon as it's finalized. Thank you.
Members, Honourable Chairperson, is it not on? We're a collective this morning. Can we heard? Can you hear us? Perfect. Thank you. Just warm wishes to all of you. I was saying that these lights are rather unfriendly. We feel a little bit on the spotlight. But just to say, we really appreciate the opportunity. We understand this is the honourable members' oversight visit, and to be able to have an opportunity as the Broadcasting Industry Association to just share some of the developments in the sector is really a wonderful opportunity, and I want to thank you for that. Our chairperson and deputy chairperson of the NAB, that's Nick Grubb and Philly Mwelwa, regrettably couldn't be with us today, but I'm very pleased to be joined today with our Commercial Radio Committee chairperson, Tulwana Ncheke, as well as our Commercial TV Committee expert, Ainan Doyle, and our Legal and Regulatory Affairs, Julia Sham, and also joined with us today is our Research and Comm Specialist, Afense Mbweni, who's sitting somewhere in the audience. And we are also joined today by the Broadcast Research Council CEO, Gary Whittaker, who will take us through some of the research issues a little later. I know that, honourable members, we did present to you during your induction last year, but for those members who are joining us today who might not know who we are, I thought I'll just do a quick overview. So we are an organisation that... Are we right? We are an organisation that was formed 31 years ago. We represent the regulated broadcasting sector. We represent all three tiers. So the public broadcaster is one of the founding members, in fact, of the NAB. We represent all the TV broadcasters, commercial broadcasters, a small number of community broadcasters, as well as signal providers. We are a voluntary association, which means that we're funded totally by our members, and we're a totally consensus-driven organization. So when colleagues ask us for a position or a view, those views and those positions are mandated views and positions from the collective membership. They're principled positions, and they're never individual views. Members, you may be aware that we also established the BCCSA over 31 years ago, and the BCCSA is recognized through the ECA Section 54 provisions. We've been at the forefront of representing the broadcasting industry in a whole range of policy and regulatory matters, but also more recently around promoting and supporting traditional broadcasting. I think you've heard what Colin Mashele from the DCDT just mentioned around the impact of digital disruption on all our industries and all our sectors. And as traditional, what some people call legacy broadcasters, we have a vital role to play in terms of providing consistent, ethical, credible news, information, because all our broadcasters who are licensed, and it's so lovely to see CASA's chairperson here as well, all our licensed broadcasters have to adhere to a code of conduct for broadcasting. As I said, the members are wide-ranging, just some of the names up on the screen, and our mission is really to advance the interests of the sector. We've done, over the years, thousands of written submissions. We also play a role in putting forward nominations when vacancies arise at ICASA, the MDDA, the BBBEE ICT Sector Council, MICT-CETA, etc. And our job is really to keep our members abreast of developments and changes in the environment. We conduct specialized research, and I think that we forget we're now in year 5, having experienced one of the most devastating pandemics we've ever experienced. During the COVID period, our members played a vital role in terms of keeping all citizens informed and updated around developments. A few of our activities, we've been trialing digital audio broadcasting with SADIBA. We do a lot of skills development and capacity building. We run seminars, webinars. We launched last year the NAB Women's Forum. We also run a free radio initiative where we take on board key societal issues and concerns, and public service announcements are developed around those. We did one even before the lockdown period around gender-based violence. During COVID, we did quite a number of PSAs as well. And so that's just some of the initiatives that we run. We obviously support community broadcasting, always have. Our members contribute to the MDDA fund, contributing almost 65% of the total funding arrangement that the MDDA has. We've developed a future-proofing document for the community sector. We also did some training with NAMISA and the MDDA in that regard. And when we turned 30 in 2023, we developed a short booklet that really looked at community broadcasting between the years 1993 to 2023. And you can find all those documents on our website. We're part of also local and global initiatives. We obviously work very closely with the Broadcast Research Council. We are also part of the global movements around the promotion of traditional media. So we're part of the World Radio Alliance and the Global TV Group. And we're very passionate about promoting traditional television and radio. I'm going to hand over to Ainan Doyle, who's going to talk to some key issues around our sector. And then we'll go into just the highlights of our research that we did just recently, where we used PwC as our independent provider who ran a survey of our members, and today we'll be sharing some of the research outputs. But I'm going to hand over to Ainan Doyle now.
Thank you. Good morning, honoured members and other parties in the audience. I think, I'm speaking always really from the perspective of television, and I was born in 1969, which was the same year that Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. And an interesting factoid about that was that while the entire rest of the world watched the Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, South Africa didn't, because the then government was concerned about television and they didn't allow it to enter into South Africa because they were worried about what impact it would have on the values and the culture at that time. So it was only when I was 7 years old that we had, in 1976, the first television broadcasts. And I think that highlights one of the strong concerns which led to the framework we have today, is that in the lead up to the negotiations for our first democracy, parties in exile, organizations in exile, creatives in exile, all met in the Netherlands for a key event, the Jabulani Freedom of the Airwaves Conference. And it was at that event with other parties from South Africa, including the SABC, members of the SABC were there as well. It was decided that never again should it be allowed in our democracy that a government could so control the message, the medium, to the people. And that was then taken into our constitution. We have section 16, the freedom of expression, the freedom of creativity, that it cannot be constrained. And then secondly, and perhaps most importantly for the regulatory environment, is section 192 of the Constitution, which falls in the chapter that deals with the institutions that support democracy. So 192 in essence says that the regulation of broadcasting should be done by an independent body. Unlike all the other institutions in that chapter of the Constitution, it's not specified who that body is. It's left up to you as Parliament to determine who will be responsible for the regulation of broadcasting. So what we had was that in the framework had to be revamped and needed a policy, and that policy was in 1998. The then ANC government put in place a white paper for broadcasting, which stipulated a number of things. The tiers, which we know today, public broadcasting, commercial broadcasting, community broadcasting, the importance of them. It even at that stage, believe it or not, highlighted that our future would also be multi-channel digital broadcasting, and it gave some guidance on how we as a country would need to address that, moving into the new technologies. That policy set the framework for the very next year, 1999, the Broadcasting Act, and also to give voice to 192, we had the Independent Broadcasting Authority, the IBA Act, which was the independent body contemplated in 192. And their first job that they did was to put in place the Triple Inquiry Report, which set all the basis of how we were going to take these three tiers, which had been put out in policy and then created in terms of the licensing framework. How were they going to then give voice to the legislation? And then, as we know, time does not stand still. It moves on. Technologies change. And we started to see convergence taking place. And at that point in our history, we then had the Convergence Bill, which led to the Electronic Communications Act of 2005. Perhaps what's important to note then is that there was no new policy on broadcasting, and so everything in the Broadcasting Act that related to the licensing framework was then ported across as is into Chapter 9 of the Electronic Communications Act. So it wasn't revised. But the rest of the licensing framework as it applied to the telecommunications sector, that was updated. And I think that's quite an important point, is that along the road we have seen various times when the policy on telecommunications has been updated. The most recent being a few years ago when we had the National Integrated ICT Policy Framework. But broadcasting itself is still, in terms of a policy framework, still guided by, not actually, I should say, it's not really guided, because you can't really guide a whole industry by something that's put out in 1998. So I think that's one of the big challenges that we face as a country, is that there has been no real updating for our policy framework. And we're moving to the next slide. Thank you. I think one of the things that we can see is that whether it's the SABC or it's the commercial broadcasters or it's the community broadcasting sector, we have all contributed to the cultural fabric of this country, to the creative fabric of this country, moving from a single broadcaster in the prior framework to really a multifaceted broadcasting sector that has created jobs and has informed, educated, and entertained the public. Some of the constraints that we face is that we have, as I mentioned previously, the outdated policy framework. There has been attempts, the most recent being in 2020 with the publication of the draft white paper on audiovisual content services, which was then later updated to also include some elements of online safety. But once again, I think from our perspective as broadcasters, a concern would be that was 5 years ago. We still don't have a final policy. It probably needs to be rejuvenated. And then we have other challenges. Load shedding. It's been with us for long enough that most broadcasters have put in place mitigating generators, solar power at a number of the transmitter sites, but we can't assist the public who in many cases are unable to keep their TV sets on. So there's an impact also on our sector from load shedding in the sense that audience will dip in and out depending on if the area they're in has been load shedded and they don't have battery supply or any other way to have power for their devices, whether it be television or radio. So I think as we move to the following slide is just to highlight very quickly the dramatic change we've had just as far back as 2010. 2010, the only competition that the broadcasters really had from online was YouTube. By 2015, you can see how we've shifted from just the broadcasters and YouTube to advertising video on demand, subscription video on demand, OTT sports, and when we get to just last year, you can see the competition that is in our sector. Competing directly with the broadcasters and yet essentially unregulated because they don't have a licensing framework to keep to, they don't have local content obligations to maintain. The most that they have to do is go to the Film and Publications Board and register in terms of, and that is only in respect of some of them, being the wholesale video distributors, register there to keep to a code as well as to use the FPB's logos and so forth when it comes to the various age restrictions. I'll hand back over to Nadia.
Thank you. Thank you, Aidan. I think it's important for us to always contextualize where we are. And honourable members of Parliament, you're very lucky today because in this room are people who actually have walked through this journey since 1994. I see Dimitri Martinez sitting on the right there. We were regulators together. Myself and Aidan were regulators together. We were people who worked at the Independent Broadcasting Authority at the time, granted the first licenses, set the first policy frameworks, licensing conditions, etc., into ICASA. It's lovely that Vuyabati, who's also been a councillor, is on the SABC board. You are so fortunate that, we are so fortunate that we have incredible expertise in the room, outside the room, and I think what we're wanting to also share today is that there is a great amount of support for the committee. There's a great interest to assist and to support the committee wherever we can. So the State of the Industry report, the NAB does this report almost every 4 years. Previous 2 iterations you'll find online. It really is a report where we have PwC doing a survey, an independent questionnaire goes to our members, very confidentially done, and we look at a few key indicators in terms of how our sector is progressing. So what we actually looked at this year, we looked at content, specifically local content, independent production, etc. We looked at revenues, that's advertising, as well as the contributions the sector makes in the form of corporate and employee taxes, license fees, etc. Employment levels, levels of investment, social contributions, ownership, of course the huge COVID impact, load shedding impact that Ainan's just pointed to and that we're all experiencing over this weekend going forward, and then some key growth drivers and inhibitors. I'll go very quickly through these slides. We will have a few printouts for honourable members, and as I said, the full report is available as well. So these were just the members that were surveyed, all our TV members, our radio members, and signal providers. I've got to always underscore that, of course, we don't represent all 200-odd community broadcasters. This is the NAB membership that participates in the survey, and it's the majority of, obviously, all the public and the commercial as well. Looking back, we just look at audiences and audience growth from 2018. We can see that there's been a slight reduction if we look forward into 2023-24, and I think that has a lot to do also with where people are consuming content. People are consuming, especially those who are advantaged enough on your handhelds. I'm sure all of you are busy consuming content on your handhelds as well. The nice, interesting stat as well is if we look at the growth in terms of the number of stations. If we look at 2014 from 38 TV and 217 for radio. If we look at 2023, 41 TV, 293. And I think ICASA has done a sterling job, and this really shows how the sector has grown despite these harsh economic conditions. This is just how we're listening to radio. I think we're also listening through traditional mediums. Of course, car radio still persists, still very strong way in which we are consuming. But we are consuming online, we're streaming, we're consuming through cell phones, etc. And this just gives us a track of where people are listening and how they're listening. I think when we look at the revenue side of things, we can definitely see the COVID period, the 2020, 21, 22, those dips, and the industry is now beginning to rebound. If we look back just at television revenues have kind of leveled out almost, but have dropped in 2023. Contributions, however, to taxes, levies, and license fees, and that's in millions. 2019, 3.8 billion. 2023, 2.6 billion. Again, all of this really does relate back to the economy and to how we've been progressing. Similarly for radio, also just the numbers from 2019 to 2023, 2019 at almost around 4 billion, 2023, 24, 3.4. In terms of contributions to license fees, levies, fees, etc., radio contributions in the last cycle was 673 million. Prior years, 644. Overall, I think what we also try to track with our members is just how we're doing in terms of employment. And there has been a little bit of a decline in terms of permanent employment. There's also been a decline in terms of contractors and freelancers. But we are very pleased to see that we're also tracking employment of people with disabilities. On the investment side, investment over the last 5 years, 780 million on infrastructure, and 62 million on research and development. On corporate social responsibility investments, more than 1,700 projects with a value of over 1.7 billion. So in terms of overall employment, again, I've got to stress this is our members' survey. 58% of our members have women employees. The stat that does worry us all is what we need to do for young people. And right now, we're sitting at a stat of 26%. And by young people, Madam Chairperson, we looked at 35 and under. I know we're very youthful in our 60s, but this is what we looked at. Overall investment, and I think, again, we've exceeded all regulations, all requirements. 46% on the TV side is Black Economic Empowered, and on the radio side, 55%. A local content investment, and I think that the entire industry should be extremely proud of this investment, as well as the regulator for the enabling framework around that. If we look at the investment in the 2020 to 21 period, it was 5.6 billion. 2022-23, 10.3 billion. ICASA also does their annual State of the ICT Sector report. They would also look at these numbers and verify. The 2019 to 23 period, 20 billion investment. That also includes content that's done specifically for radio. And it's so wonderful to see and hear so many more of our kind of radio dramas, radio documentaries, because I think a lot of the time, because we're such a visual medium, we forget just the incredible work happening on the radio side. The load shedding impact has been, really, really harsh on all of us. 144 million, that was in year 2023, compared to 2019, 27.5 million. And that's the point Ainan made around, we're having to get backups for our backups. We're sitting right now, and I don't know what stage we're on load shedding. Might be 6, 5, 4, but the lights are on, tech is working, and I think we have to really congratulate the entire sector for always keeping our citizens informed. Then I'm going to hand over to Julia. She's just going to look quickly at a few of the key indicators that our members talk to in terms of how can we move the broadcasting sector forward. We looked at a few industry drivers and inhibitors, and this is both for the television side and the radio. We're really just going to flag a few. As I said, you're going to have the detailed report. Julia, you can just talk to a few of those.
Great, thank you very much. I'll briefly be discussing just some of the highlights of the industry drivers and inhibitors identified in the report that will help move television broadcasting forward. On the red side, you can see that there are two major inhibitors that have been identified in the report that largely overlap. The first has been touched on by my colleagues and will be touched on again by my colleagues. And this is that there is policy and regulatory uncertainty in the broadcasting sector, which needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Secondly, which overlaps with this, is that there are broadcasters that broadcasters are competing with unregulated content platforms. As a result of these two inhibitors, broadcasters are left in a difficult position without clear guidance, which can stifle growth, and without regulatory parity between licensed broadcasters and unlicensed OTT providers. A driver that is pushing the television broadcasting sector forward is technology. Licensed broadcasters in this country are leading the charge for technological development, and this is moving the sector forward to the benefit of all South Africans. In terms of reflections on what could be changed, broadcasters, the report notes that broadcasters are calling for an urgent need for policy regulation and enforcement measures that will enable fair competition and create policy certainty. There is also a need to further strengthen the regulator. In terms of growth opportunities for television broadcasters, as mentioned, there's a lot of growth in the OTT space. And while broadcasters are leaning into this, this further necessitates the need for enhanced regulations to ensure that there is a fair playing field, a level playing field between licensed broadcasters and unregulated OTT providers. For the radio broadcasting sector, in terms of the industry drivers and inhibitors, in terms of major inhibitors, these largely overlap with the television sector. This includes unregulated content providers, competing directly with regulated and licensed broadcasters, and also the lack of policy and regulatory certainty. Similarly, podcast technology and other technologies are driving the sector forward. The report notes that there are certain things that could be changed in the sector. One of these could be includes a review of community media sector to find workable, sustainable strategies for the community media sector. There also needs to be, very similar to TV, there are concerns regarding the unregulated foreign digital players in the radio broadcasting space. And these players need to be regulated. Online content, online podcasts need to be regulated in order to create a level playing field. In terms of possible growth opportunities in the radio broadcasting sector, we would encourage, obviously, that compliant broadcasters be invited to take part in robust regulatory discussions to ensure that not only is there a level playing field, but any policies that are developed as part of these discussions are workable and are future-proof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. So we'll then just be highlighting what can be done to just foster a sustainable and vibrant broadcasting sector. One of the issues that the NAB has been grappling with in the recent past is in relation to the Film and Publication Board, which I'm sure you are well versed with, as it's one of the entities that fall under the DCDT. The FPB is primarily a content regulatory authority, and in 2022 or so, the Film and Publication Act was amended in light of the proliferation of the consumption of online content. And one of the amendments really related to the mandate ultimately of the FPB, where it relates to online content, but quite specifically also demarcating the content and entities that do not fall within the purview of the FPB. As mentioned, ICASA is an independent regulator, and therefore all entities that fall under the jurisdiction of ICASA certainly do not fall under the jurisdiction and authority of the FPB. This was well understood until the FPB amendment legislation, and the NAB has been engaging with the FPB because the position that we hold, and also just based on the interpretation of the revised FPB Act, is that licensed broadcasters are exempt in relation to their broadcast platform, but also their streaming and online services. And notwithstanding the fact that we have tried to engage with the FPB to try and come to a common understanding, we have had to institute litigation against the FPB just to ensure that there's a declarator. And this really is also within the context of the broader policy vacuum that we've been speaking to in relation to what would have been the policy certainty brought about by the draft white paper. The draft white paper has been ongoing for some time now, but unfortunately, whilst we were encouraged as a sector that it would address some of the perennial issues, we are sitting almost 5 years later and the draft white paper has not been finalized. And it's quite critical for that process to be fast-tracked, because it will address a lot of the issues that have already been highlighted. Importantly, it will provide that regulatory certainty. As licensed broadcasters, we do compete directly with unlicensed platforms, and it's quite important for us to note that the concern is not only from a competition perspective, but the concern is also the cost of compliance that we incur, and as well as the level of investments that are made by license conditions, which we far exceed vis-a-vis the lack of regulation, so to speak, that the OTTs are operating within, despite the fact that we are trying to garner for the same audiences as well as the same advertising revenue. And portfolio committee members would have noticed that there has been a decrease in the advertising revenue for both radio and TV broadcasters, and that is directly attributable to the fact that OTTs are now attracting a lot of the advertising revenue itself. And so those are some of the things that we just wanted to highlight in relation to why it is quite imperative that the draft white paper is addressed with urgency. Now, one of the things that we've noticed is because we recognize that, of course, a policy process does take quite a long time, and this particular policy process seeks to really be holistic in terms of what is included. We have also previously engaged with the ministry and highlighted in the induction with the portfolio committee what are some of the low-hanging fruits that the portfolio committee can actually adopt or implement to try and ease the burden, whilst we also try and ensure that we do continue and bring the policy process to fruition. And we have proposed legislative amendments to the ECA. And I must emphasize that these legislative amendments are not new. As you would note in terms of one of them, which is the easing of ownership restrictions, there has been a standing recommendation from ICASA in as far back as 2002 that there needs to be a review of, in fact, a complete repeal of the ownership restrictions in terms of which a single licensee cannot own more than 2 FM licenses. The reason that this is important is because we are in an economic climate where it's very difficult to attract investment in the current regime insofar as the ownership restrictions are concerned. And so if we at least allow current entities to be able to acquire more licenses, then that can also assist in attracting investment. It is important to also emphasize that there are other instruments that can actually be used to achieve what the ownership limitations is set out to achieve. We know that plurality of content is quite critical, especially in a diverse country as ours, where we have a plethora of cultures and languages, and one of the objectives of the ownership limitations was to ensure that there is plurality. But of course, if we look at some of the regulatory instruments that ICASA has, it is able to and does indeed, when issuing licenses, impose various format restrictions to ensure that there is indeed plurality. And so it's quite important that it be understood that whilst we are calling for that easing of restrictions, it's also in recognition of some of the efficient methods that are adopted by the regulator to ensure that there is that media plurality. As mentioned again, looking at the economic climate, one of the other ownership restrictions that we have been requesting as an industry be eased is the limitation on foreign ownership. I think it's quite evident that within the South African economy itself, there is less and less free money, as it were, for us to be able to reinvest in our sector. Because of the rising costs of living, we also think about all of the increased investments that we as broadcasters have been actually putting in the sector from a skills development point of view, from an infrastructure point of view. And so it's quite important that we also create an enabling environment for us as a South African sector to be able to attract foreign investment. And currently there is limitation of 20%, and we have as a sector been requesting that that actually be increased. Now, these recommendations do not come outside of the policy process. Members, portfolio committee members will note that both of these recommendations are in fact aligned with the draft-wide policy. And so members can be assured that even in the event that these were to actually be advanced, they wouldn't in any way detract from what has been, at a principal point of view, agreed upon. The reason we are then highlighting it is because we really bear the brunt, and this has to be attended to with urgency because we have at least identified levers that can be used to try and just ease some of the challenges that we are experiencing as a sector. That then brings us to the conclusion, and we thank you very much. I'll just hand over to Nadia for the concluding remarks, and hopefully we can play the PSA. Thank you.
Hopefully we can play the PSA. I think that another former regulator, who is Colin Demakatsa-Mashilo, mentioned the issue around the Competition Authority releasing their report. I think you said today or this week. I think we all have to be paying very close attention to what comes out of that report. You know, when we talk about the broadcasting sector or industry, honourable members, we're talking about a huge ecosystem. We're talking about hundreds of radio stations, quite a number of commercial radio stations, all our TV broadcasters, of course the SABC being the public broadcaster, being the anchor in terms of providing news, information in all our languages, plays an absolutely vital role. But the key message that we're wanting to also convey today is that it's an ecosystem that works complementary to each other as well. Of course, there's huge competitive forces, but it's a system where we all respect, appreciate, and understand the key and vital role that each one plays. So whether you're driving in from wherever you're driving in today, or listening to an SABC station, or a local community station, or one of the commercial radio stations, this ecosystem is dynamic, it's vibrant. There is so much we should be celebrating, you know, as we now enter our 31st year of democracy. But as you look at funding models, as you look at how we can continue to have a vibrant and sustainable sector, you need to understand the underlying economic challenges. And I think what's happened so often is we have the conversation just focusing on one part of a very big industry. And our appeal is to look at this as a very big ecosystem. Our appeal is to look very seriously at the framework, policy framework, the regulatory framework. Our appeal is, and we've said this to ICASA chairperson and councillors, our appeal is for an agile and a responsive regulator. Our appeal is also for us to have many more opportunities to engage with honourable members of parliament, to share what it is, the experiences on the ground, what broadcasters go through on the daily, how we keep the lights on, how we keep our creativity, our heritage, our culture, our news, information, communications going, often at extremely, extremely challenging and difficult circumstances. So we're going to try to play out just a PSA. We celebrate World TV Day in November, and this year our broadcasters put out a really lovely PSA. We tested it, honourable members. We don't know if it will play out. We are at the SABC. We're hoping it will play out. And we will close with that, and then we're going to hand over to Gary, who's going to talk to us about audience research. Thanks. And no sound.
And no sound.
Just as I was going on about radio. That's such a pity. So we're going to have to see how that can be lined up with the sound, because this is about celebrating broadcasting, television, our democracy. So we're going to see if the tech people can help us later, and maybe we'll hand over to Gary just in the interest of time, Honourable Chairperson. And it would be great if someone could help, because we tested this and it did work. It's Murphy's Law. So we apologize for that. Thanks. Gary, do you want to? Lovely.
Good morning. Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of ICASA, Chairperson of the SABC, the CEO and the Executive Committee of the SABC. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gary Whittaker, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Broadcast Research Council. I'm going to give you a very high-level view of the Broadcast Research Council and what it is that we do and why it's so important to radio and television broadcasting in South Africa. So the BRC is a joint industry council. We call it a JIC. These entities exist all over the world, and they perform the same function that the Broadcast Research Council does in South Africa. But let's go into really what a JIC is, and a JIC is defined by the benefits that it brings to the industry. So the BRC is an independent industry-backed organization. It's funded by the television and radio members, well, broadcasters in South Africa. They're our members. That's where we get our money from to do our research, and we do our research on behalf of them. Audience research for both television and radio. We do, however, have involvement from the advertisers and the media agencies. And why is that important? That's important because the data that we provide is a single source of truth, or at least it should be a single source of truth. This is data that is used for trading in the market. This is used for money, well, the broadcasters to make money off the advertising on their very valuable platforms. And the agencies and the advertisers have to be included in every step from design to implementation to results. If they're not, then the data is questioned. If it's not transparent, the data is questioned. So Broadcast Research Council, by definition, is a transparent organization with the entire industry. No one's left out. Independence and credibility. So the BRC is an independent organization. It's not run by any one entity. We have a unique scenario where our board is made up of competitors from both television and radio, and they all sit in the same room, and they all deliberate, and they all sit in that room for the betterment of media or broadcasting in South Africa. There's no one agenda that is seen to, let's put it that way. Everybody comes together, competitors, in one room for the industry. And that's what makes the BRC so credible. That's what makes the advertisers trust the data. That's what makes their media agencies trust the data. And that's what makes the broadcasters themselves trust the data. Because at the end of the day, it's a symbiotic relationship. The data is not just used for trading in terms of making money. The broadcasters use the data to inform on the content that they provide, the presenters, the formats, what goes on during any time in the day. It's very valuable data. And credibility, I'm going to harp on this, and you may hear me talk about it quite a lot during the presentation. It's essential for maintaining advertiser confidence in media investments and preventing disputes over audience figures. So if there's ever a conversation around different data sets in the market, there's only one data set that you can trade on for TV, there's only one data set that you can trade on for radio, and that's RAMS and TAMS, which is brought to you by the BRC. And when I say trade, it's a very important distinction in that these data sets bring what we call reach and frequency figures to the table, amongst others. There are many other metrics, but reach and frequency figures are what the advertisers and the media agencies use to book their media, but also to have a look into what that return on their media investment is, so that there is repeat purchase. And there always has to be fair representation of all players in the market. Now, whilst we don't necessarily have every single player in the market under our wing, we certainly do not turn anyone away from the BRC and attaining membership. And I talk about all members. We do represent all radio and TV commercial members, broadcasters in South Africa. In terms of the community sector, we're highly engaged and highly involved with organizations like the MDDA, and we're very interested in providing sound insights and data for the community sector, particularly in the radio space, as there's quite a unique solution that is needed for that space. And it's not that they don't get included in our data sets, but we do believe that they can be better served by bringing more funding to the table. That's a discussion for another day. But in terms of methodology, there are other methodologies that we should be looking at for the community sector. Most importantly, this coming together of competitors in the room and not leaving out any one entity in the industry creates cost efficiency and reduce in duplication. So we're able to provide, I don't want to say massive, but they are massive samples. We're able to provide best-in-class methodology. If you think about one entity trying to do this by themselves, they just don't have the money to do so. So the coming together of all these entities in our industry creates world-class research because we have the funds to do so. This is also important because as the BRC, it's really on an organization like the BRC to ensure that our studies are future-proofed and that we're able to bring cross-platform measurement to the market. And this means that we are constantly auditing our studies, and it's an audit not to find problems, it's an audit to improve, whilst we always find problems. In research, if you ever have a research house telling you that everything is 100% okay and that there are no problems, run. There are always issues in research, but it's about how do you deal with those issues. It's about how do you fix, how do you go forward? How do you think about where we're going to be in 5 years' time? How do you think about where we're going to be in 10 years' time? What are we going to evolve into? We often talk about changing from the Broadcast Research Council into the Audiovisual Research Council. These conversations are ongoing because the media landscape has changed so much. If you go into someone's home in South Africa and you ask them what platforms they have access to, you'll receive some colorful responses. The platforms, channels, ways of watching, listening, they've evolved and they'll continue to evolve. And there'll be more players that come into the market. And it's for the BRC to assess whether those players form part of the JIC or not. And will that benefit the industry or not? And if the answer to that is yes, well then, that leads what you do. If the answer is no, again, that leads what you do. And we talk about hybrid measurement. Hybrid measurement, again, we have that luxury because we have so many players in the market coming together, bringing budgets together, and not all platforms are measured the same, and they shouldn't be. Not all channels are measured the same, and they shouldn't be. And it's about getting to the end listener or viewer and how they are consuming media. So is it a 7-day diary for radio, or is it a telephonic phone call? Is it passive measurement on TV? Is it what we call, I'm not going to get into technicalities, but an SDK where we're getting census measure data, where, streaming, we're seeing the exact number of streamers on any one platform at a point in time. And the answer is it's all of those, and it's about fusing those data sets together so that we have the most accurate view of what's going on in South Africa and how people are viewing TV and listening to the radio. So I'll reiterate, the BRC provides a single source of truth that benefits advertisers, media owners, and agencies alike. Without the data that the BRC provides, we'd become fragmented, there'd be bias, there'd be arguments over delivery, arguments over numbers, and if there are arguments over this, well, then we cannot move forward. So we always must revert to one single source of truth. Gold standard research. So the BRC provides television audience measurement, radio audience measurement, and we call this gold standard research. And there are many reasons why. We could spend a whole day talking about why this is gold standard research, but I've chosen a few important points to talk about. And it's important that we always refer to gold standard research because in South Africa we have global players in terms of global advertisers. And they have to be confident all over the world that they're getting audience measurement that is like for like in terms of the quality of the design, methodology, sample, and the output. Very, very important. So I've spoken about being independent, but it's also about being accountable. And the only way that we achieve that accountability is through being transparent. And that's transparent with all players in the market. It's transparency in terms of the way our organization is run. It's transparency in terms of how we run our RFPs, how we design our studies, the output, technicalities, technical reports, bringing everybody along and involving every single body that has a vested interest in the BRC, the likes of the AMF, who represent the agencies, the Marketing Association of South Africa, the MRF, who run their own study, the NAB. I could go on and on. It's also vital that we have a standardized approach. So this is agreed upon methodologies by all players in the market. And only when we have all players in the market on the same journey, on the same road, can we achieve success. And it's unbiased. So, as I said, the BRC, every study that we run, it's conducted via an RFP. We have independent consultants that come through. They follow a very objective, precise process in terms of judges on these panels for awarding of these studies. Again, members of the BRC, members of the advertisers, members of the agencies. We apply scientific rigor and methodological excellence. So some of the things that are incorporated there, and there's a laundry list of items, but these are probably the most important. We always have to have a representative sample. And what does that mean? It means our sample represents South Africa. And I'm going to talk about the establishment survey after this. But in terms of representing South Africa, that means we establish the universe for television. We establish the universe for radio. And we draw our sample as a representative sample of those television homes or of those radio listeners. And that's the only way that we can weight the data back so that we get a true reflection of what is going on in South Africa. When I say true reflection, again, no market research in the world is 100% precise. if it was, we'd all be following the same model all over the world in every single location you can think of. It's always horses for courses. But we are constrained by budget. We don't have an unending well of money. So we have to get a big enough sample that then becomes weighted up and becomes representative of the country. And I spoke about hybrid measurement techniques. And like I said, we live in such a different time in terms of media, in terms of messaging. And you could just think about yourselves and what you're consuming in a day. And we often don't think about it. But if you had to really sit down and you had to diarize all the messages that you're getting in a day from your phone, from the TV, from the radio, as you walked in here and there was music playing, all of these things are creating this fragmentation in your mind. And it's about standing out, and that's the job of the broadcasters and the advertising. And that's the job of the BRC, to measure that attention and to give that return. But hybrid measurement really is about combining different ways of measuring and bringing that together so you have best-in-class research. We do not give any leeway on quality control and auditing. So auditing is always done by an independent third party. Again, all players in the market are involved in the assessment of those findings, but a lot of these audits are directional. A lot of our members, a lot of the agencies, a lot of the advertisers, they have issues with some parts of the study, and we make those audits directional to really hone in on perceived issues. And we either get a tick mark in terms of those issues and explanations as to why, or there's a fix. Long-term stability. So it's very important for both all involved, broadcasters, advertisers, agencies, to be able to trend the data over time. And now you add in one single source of truth and trending that data over time. As soon as you change that source of truth, the data becomes untrendable. You cannot have a scenario where you don't have a longitudinal view of media and its output. Because how do you plan? Because once you change studies, you cannot compare anymore. Hence, the importance of TAMS in its current format, RAMS in its current format, and creating that longevity, creating that trended line that you can view over time. So, our currencies, and we call them currencies because they're used for trading. TAMS and RAMS. Advertisers need this data, and they need to trust in the data. Otherwise, they cannot trade with the media owners. And they need comparable data across platforms. And that's where we're headed as an organization. So in terms of the BRC, our end goal is to have one holistic data set where you're able to look at any target market you like and to see what the delivery on any media type is. And it doesn't mean that the BRC has to own digital measurement. It doesn't mean that the BRC has to own out-of-home measurement. It's for the BRC to be inclusive enough to be able to get hooks in from those data sets so that you get that holistic view with television and radio. And that's the current journey that we're on. But it's also about creating a level playing field. All the TV broadcasters, all the radio broadcasters, whether you're big or small, you deserve this data. You deserve to be able to trade on what you're doing in the market. It would be grossly unfair for the dominant players in the market to have their own currencies that serve their entities and focus on their footprints, as an example, in radio. You'd quickly see our community radio sector get smaller and smaller. You'd see the smaller players in the market possibly fade. And we don't want that. We want to get everyone a fair chance in the market. And I touched on this earlier, compliance with global best practice and regulation. So this includes privacy protection. So we abide by all the privacy laws in South Africa. And that's vital because we're collecting respondent level data. So that's a very critical point. Transparency and methodology. BRC is an open book. We publish everything we do from design to output. Our data is freely available to those entities that are booking and buying media. And again, we want cross-market comparability for our global players so that they know that when they're looking at delivery of media types in South America versus delivery of their media types in South Africa, they know that it's from a trusted source like the BRC. I'm going to touch quickly on our studies. So I spoke about the establishment survey. Now, the establishment survey isn't necessarily used as a trading mechanism. It is an insights mechanism, but it's vital as it establishes the universe of TV in South Africa and the universe of radio in South Africa. And without that, we're unable to define how many TV homes there are in South Africa and then the granularity of those homes. We're then unable to weight the data up from the studies. So this is a vital piece of measurement. This is vital data. But I will say that this is different compared to a lot of other studies out in the market because it does focus on, at a very granular level, particularly on the TV side, how homes are made up in terms of the platforms that they have and the channels that they have access to. A lot of homes in South Africa, they don't know if they're pay or non-pay. There's overclaim for pay. Everybody always wants to be pay. They don't know if they have a smart TV. They don't know if they're streaming content or watching it via a decoder. And I'm generalizing. There are some people that do. But for the most part, we find that we have to audit that whilst we are conducting interviews with an establishment survey. So if someone says, yeah, I pay TV, the interviewer literally has to gain access into the house to see the decoder and see the dish on the roof. So the rigor that is involved, especially on the TV side, is immense. And in many cases, we usually take between 10 and 20% of the homes that we interview, and that's usually 20,000 homes in a year. 10 to 20% of those, we have photographic evidence that those people are saying, yes, what I have is correct, or no, what I have is incorrect. So we get a real granular lie of the land. It's not as simple as, do you watch TV? Yes, great, you're part of the TV universe. And the establishment survey, as I said, feeds into the television audience measurement study, known as TAMS. And TAMS is a passive measurement panel. We currently have almost 3,200 homes in South Africa that are representative of the pay and non-pay TV universe. When I say passive measurement, in those homes we have what we call set-top boxes. They are hooked up to any television in the home, and the way it works is that the family members, when they watch television, they've got a remote control, they've got a button assigned to them, they press the button, it records their viewing. And it's passive because you don't have to write anything out in a diary. And it works very, very well. This is the global standard, gold standard, in terms of how you measure television around the world. And in terms of a bastion of measurement in Africa, South Africa stands head and tails above most markets. Moving on to radio audience measurement, RAMs. So here it's a bit different. We've gone down a road of a mixed methodology of passive measurement and yesterday recall via telephonic interviews. We're now looking at a new methodology. A diary methodology has worked well for us in the past, and we're looking at how we can incorporate that into the study going forward, but in different ways, not just manual diaries, but electronic diaries too. But we're focusing very, very heavily on capturing streaming via the stations, via any of the stations. And again, we're looking at how do we do this in a passive way. And there may be phases. We may phase in two currencies. One is a streaming currency, one is a linear currency, and then bring those both together in a phase two, and you have a deduplicated, holistic currency where you're looking at all streaming activity. Not just, when you think of streaming, possibly listening to the radio. It could be podcasting. It could be streaming radio content via a social media platform. And all of this is currently there for the taking. And we want that's where we're headed. We don't want to miss out anything for the broadcasters. But again, this all leads back to one central, trusted source of truth, RAMs and TAMS. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. We wanted Gary to just do that presentation so that colleagues have a sense of how the entire ecosystem of broadcasting works. Every single broadcaster depends on advertising revenue to keep their services up, whether you're a community station or the SABC or a commercial service or even a subscription service. And the industry relies on the Broadcast Research Council for those audience stats. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your presentations. And I know we're running late, so I truly appreciate that you stuck to the time that was allocated, but we still need to make up this 1 hour. Let me acknowledge the presence and welcome Honourable Lishe. So earlier when members were introducing themselves, they stood up, they sang for the people who are in the room. So if you could just please just stand up so everybody sees you here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I don't know, members, I'm going to invite you up to the stage as I release the team on here, because I'd like, as you engage people, to be able to see you. I don't know about you, but as I was sitting here, I had this view that except for Gary, I think I've heard everything else before. Because if you look at some of the areas that we've identified as focus areas of the work of the committee, the issue of an outdated legislative policy and regulatory environment is there. The issue of sustainability and financial sustainability and governance of these institutions, universal access, digitization of services there. The issue of innovation is there. So I'm sure as you are engaging, part of your questions, because you are members of parliament elected to represent the people, is to find out why a whole term went by. 5 years, we've been speaking about the same thing, and it can't be that the legacy of our predecessors is having people sit here to still say we're focusing on these areas. So, honourable members, if I may ask you to come up so that we can take your questions before we then go into discussion with the SABC. I promise you there's no formality, just stand. Thank you, members. Can we have microphones or 1 or 2 so that members will be able to engage the presentations? Okay, maybe just as a recap, on the stage we had, I don't know what to call it, on the stage we had the Department of Communications speaking to the policy environment. Thereafter we had the National Association of Broadcasters, and then the Broadcast Research Council of South Africa. I can take hands, members, or unless you want me to run through in a line. Okay. I hope I'm not interrupting. Can I have the microphone to Honourable Vilagazi? Honourable Vilagazi, you may go first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
One, two, one.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. I just wanted to ask the department, first and foremost, or maybe let me, the usual, start by appreciating the presentations. I did appreciate it this time, even though, as you say, Chair, much of it we've heard before. But from the department, what approach is the department taking in developing the SABC's funding model? We know that it's the thing that's the burning question right now. What's happening from the point of view of the department, and how is this going to be delivered as speedily as possible? Also, in regard to the draft white paper, what is the status of that policy document, and what time frame can you give us for its completion and eventual implementation, please? We heard how important that is. And then to ICASA, what proposals for the regulation of OTTs do you have? And will it be possible to implement these? We know that one of the tricky things about OTTs is just the monitoring and therefore implementation of any regulatory frameworks. And to the NAB, you spoke about future-proofing the community sector, I guess it was community media sector. What is being done in this case? And I noticed that there was a slide where you gave a number of community media outlets. There were so many more of them than commercial outlets, but are these viable? What percentage of these community media outlets is viable? And then also you spoke about, you made a comment about the impending switch off, analog switch off, but what would you like to see regarding the switch off at this point? We know that the deadline's been extended to the end of March, and the chairperson made the point that we don't know that anything has changed actually between December, the initial deadline, and this new one. But what would, if it were up to the NAB, what would you like to see happen? What would you do? And then the BRC, I noticed that you went to great lengths to really just give us your credentials and words like gold standard, single source of truth, and everything else. I must say that impressive though that was, I have read of instances where people have challenged your results. In our oversight, the last oversight visit, more than one community radio station bemoaned the fact that the results that were produced by the BRC underrepresented the coverage, which has a direct impact on their ability to source, fundraise advertising revenue. So perhaps, what would you say? What's your response to that? And you also said that there's no way that you can't have challenges. You mentioned one challenge, but what are some of the challenges that you face that could impact the reliability of your data? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Alicia.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to colleagues. I've got a few questions, but I think the first one is directed at the Department of Communication. I heard, Chairperson, the department was gloating about being the top researchers that they are. I just want to find out, what is it that you're doing with all this information that you research? Because we don't see a difference in terms of turning around the SABC. So when you spend like the first 6 hours of your day and you come up with all these beautiful things that the other, countries are doing, what then are you doing with the information that you get out of all the research that you do? And the other one, Chairperson, is probably directed at the SABC. I just want to find out, I think the method, the collection method that they're using right now doesn't work. And I wonder if they maybe have considered a working relationship with the multi-choice, because we've got subscribers of multi-choice that are using the SABC platforms. Have they ever considered to have maybe multi-choice collecting this fee for the public broadcaster and maybe consider paying the administration fee or something like that? I just want to know, considering that the collection method, that's the method that they are using right now doesn't work, have they ever considered that? And maybe the last one, Chair, SABC has got like 19 radio stations, and not all of them are making money. Maybe the top 10 out of the 19 are making money. Is there a plan in maybe considerations of maybe, I don't know, a private-public partnership with other radio stations to have maybe government owning 51%, and then you've got like maybe a private, people owning, just to get these working, because they're not working. We know that the stations that are making money for the SABC is probably the top 10. I just want to know, knowing that, because then now I think government will inject funds into these stations just to pay salaries. What is the plan to have them like well functioning? And maybe that's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a few questions, but I'll try and keep them few. I'm going to start off with the last presentation, simply because it's easier for me to recall from BRC. There's a whole host of information and research that it's being done. I think my primary question would be, how is this benefiting the people of South Africa? Information without application is of little value, except to, we'd like to know how is it benefiting the people of South Africa. And this mine of information, how safe is it stored? Is it being accessed by foreign competitors, OTTs, to use that information against us? A question for NAB was, we are in the 70th year of the Freedom Charter, and one of the principles is the people shall govern. But you speak about pushing for an increase in foreign ownership from 20% to 49%. What governs that mindset? To invite foreign investments, what governs that? What is the mindset? And why do you want there to be an exemption from firms and publication board? Why is there a need for an exemption? And maybe a question for NAB and DCDT, you can talk to this together. The challenges around OTT and misinformation. So what would you think government needs to do almost immediately to intervene and regulate, particularly in OTTs? What is the immediate need? Because this is something that's been there, we've heard of it, we still don't have regulations around that. And I know the committee is mindful of this, but what would you like to see happening immediately as a stopgap measure that will probably assist? And another challenge we face is misinformation. Again, this is brought through by the prevalence of digital platforms. Again, how does maybe DCDT and SABC and NAB can talk to this? What are we doing to push back in terms of misinformation? Specifically for DCDT, what is the quantum you have in mind for the household fee in terms of rands and cents? How soon would you like to see this being implemented? I know you've mentioned the electricity billing system. Have you identified a collecting authority for this? And particularly the household fee, what about rural and informal settlements? We see these lovely dishes there, they're living in informal settlements, but they're benefiting from the digital ecosystem. How are you going to regulate them and get them to contribute some fee towards this, supporting this digital ecosystem? And lastly, what portion of the household fee will go towards SABC? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again. Chair, I'm going to be very brief because most of the questions that I had have been answered. But I will start first with the submissions that were made by the SABC to the ICASA draft regulations regarding advertising, infomercials, and program sponsorship. That was in 2022. One of the presenters did touch on these submissions that were made. My question would be, we know that there was a SABC bill that was being proposed, and now there's an issue of it being withdrawn. In the submissions, I noted there were submissions around the funding model. Given the information contained in the bill and what you spoke to ICASA on, now the question is to the SABC. how consistent are your submissions, or how similar are they, given to what you submitted to ICASA and what you submitted to the SABC for the SABC bill? The second one, Chair, is on the decline of advertising revenue, as the DDG indicated on the podium. What is the reason, besides regulations? Because if they are declining, it means that at some stage they were at a level that was acceptable. What happened? Is there an answer that can be provided to say, probably this is the reason that we see the reduction in the advertisement? The second one, Chair, is again to the department. The DDG indicates that the 3.2 billion allocation that was made, they do not have a report in terms of how it was used. Now, the question is, do we have an accountability model whereby the department sits with the SABC, given that one of the presenters indicated that there is policy uncertainty, whereby the department sits with the SABC to say, look, we are going through a stage of uncertainty, how best can we assist? Because I think that there should be frequent meetings that are happening in between now. My question is, if whether those particular meetings are being conducted. The last one, Chair, is just to find out from the department, how are they assisting the SABC in the digitalization process? And Chair, I'm asking this based on our oversight in the Eastern Cape. You'll remember that we once went into a post office and a lot of set-top boxes were just lying idle at the post office, as if they are not allocated to be installed anyway. So my question is, what is the department doing to assist or to track progress to ensure that the progress is concluded? Thank you very much, Chair.
Tempted to say covered, but it would be a good day. Chair, perhaps to thank yourself and the presenters that have presented to the Portfolio Committee. We take every engagement we have with stakeholders as an opportunity to empower ourselves as the Portfolio Committee and to really seek clarity on the behalf of the people that we represent. Chair, maybe to go back to the opening remarks that you made, I think it is quite unfortunate that we are sitting here with no clarity on the SABC bill. The word I used last time is that it was in limbo. And based on what you have spoken to us about as the Portfolio Committee this morning, it remains in limbo. I think that is really an unfortunate situation for the sector, for the SABC. And we hope between the Minister, the Deputy President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, we will get clarity as soon as possible, because the importance of the South African Broadcasting Corporation is not in question, but its survival is something that concerns all of us. Maybe as my opening remarks. Perhaps my first question would go to Ubabu Shelembe when he speaks about how Ireland was able to reduce the invasion rate. The first thing that came to my mind was that there could have been legislation that ensured that the invasion rate on payment of TV licenses is low or minimum. What is the background story to that? As you would know, this Portfolio Committee has not taken any study tours in the last now almost 7 years. So we really rely on desktop information research and people like yourselves who would have that sort of information. In fact, in Nelin Tatedi Makazo, I do beg your pardon, Nelin Tatedi Makazo, not Tate Shelembe. Yeah, so that is the question, the first question. And it is really concerning to hear that the report of the Auditor General on how the last bailout that was received by the SABC has not started, because at the end of the day, this is the public purse that we are speaking about. We should at all times ensure that we are able to account for every cent that is put into the SABC, and also that the turnaround strategy that was there is going to also, and maybe it's clarity. Did I understand you to say the turnaround strategy that did not yield results is going to be used as a base to inform the new turnaround strategy? How do you balance that? I can't even read my own handwriting. Chair, I think one of the saddest thing about the sector is that we are talking about the draft white paper which remains unfinished, which remains on hold. In the meantime, the sector is moving. By the time we are engaging with the white paper in whatever form, would it be speaking to the realities that we are finding ourselves now? We have OTTs that are invading the space, OTTs that are growing because the market is unregulated. And by the time we bring legislation that will at least regulate those sort of things, it's going to be difficult. So I don't know what we can do as Parliament to ensure that we change the status quo. We ensure that the wheels move faster. We push the envelope to ensure that by the time we talk about the end of the 7th administration, the sector has changed. The regulations have changed. The legislation has changed. We are talking about something that South Africans can be proud of. They can know that people who come in and do business also are able to plow back to the very communities. You don't only have OTTs that come in and they make huge amounts of money from South Africans, but South Africa ends up with nothing to show for it. So my chairperson, I think, is to say there is a great duty on this portfolio committee to transform. There is a great duty on this portfolio committee to really put agency in everything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I want, first of all, to appreciate the presentation that we have received. But I think some of my questions have been covered by other members. But there's something that I'm trying to check from the department. I think, Honorable Chairperson, 3.2 billion was not actually clarified. Because if they say they are waiting for the AGSA to give them the report, but I'm trying to check from their perspective, how much did they spend, and where because we want to find out about that 3.2 billion. Because if you check the report, it says that there's a lot of challenges on money constraint, but they didn't give us the answers on the money that they received from Parliament. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of licenses. The department says the license have declined, but they didn't give us any strategy that they do have to actually encourage our people to pay for the license, because that's a big challenge. Because if you don't have a revenue from where we're supposed to get, it means there's a lot of challenge that we're supposed to face it. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, they talk about the vandalism during the unrest. I'm trying to check how much did they spend on that rescue, on that vandalism. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Much appreciation for the presentation. Chair, my honorable colleagues have covered most of the question I had in mind, but firstly I would like to ask if are the viewers taken into consideration when it comes to the white paper, because the delay in that document is actually ununderstandable. Why are we having so much delay on that one? And I also have to ask on the 3.2 billion, at least while we are waiting for the Auditor General or the audited document to say, can we at least be taken into an understanding of what some of the money or what has the money done in their eyes and what in their presence, what can they point out to which we got 3.2 billion as a funding, but here it is, yabonagala, yenze this and that. And they are saying advertisers and the revenue is declining. My question to that is that I feel, Chair, SABC is not in touch or is not connected to the viewers of SABC. At one stage, we had multi-choice playing, they used to say, Malukshin, Kwere Kwere. And that content was having huge numbers. At one stage, we had content from KZN shot by cell phones and all that at multi-choice. And it gave also, again, huge numbers. So it begs a question whether does SABC have the relevant people who have interest yabantu to see what do they want to see on their TV stations and to also get people on that station, because revenue is generated through adverts and advert is generated through the ARs. So that's my question. And then to the DT, are there interim measures for the funding of the SABC? And another question would be that how is the department using the research data from NAB and BRC to improve the policy making at the department? Is there an official relations between the department and these entities, seeing that they play such a critical role to provide the reliable data? My last question, Chair. How can the BRC assist Parliament to reconcile the figures related to SAO processes, especially when considering the court ruling against the department that resulted into the postponement of the switch off? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone once again. I think I want to start by a quote by Einstein, who says, if he had 1 hour to change the world, he would need 55 minutes to understand the problem and 5 minutes to fix it. I'm sitting here and I think we have reached our 55 minutes. I think everyone here that I've heard, the presenters and everybody that has spoken, all the time we spent, we can comfortably say we understand the problem. And so it's going to be disingenuous of us to continue to discuss the problem we understand. One of the presenters said, we are very good. He was very proud to say, we are good in research. I agree. I agree 100%. We have all the data. We know for a fact that it is policy that is one of the challenges. We know that the SABC needs money, a lot of money. But the question is, what stops us from getting that? We see in licensing, the license evasion, it affects revenue. We see that the fact that OTTs are not regulated, it affects revenue. We also see that the fact that we are dealing with, we need to digitize, but we have 26% young people. We know the problem. And so, Chair, I think we should all just ask the question together that frustrates, I think, all of us. When are we going to stop researching? And when are we going to enter the 5 minutes of fixing the problem? When are we going to take decisive action with all this information that we have here today? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and to my colleagues that have already spoken, which is very difficult because it sounds like a cliche, but most of the questions are covered. Thank you to everybody that was present. My question or issue that I have that I would like the SABC to actually assist us with is that everybody else that is not SABC presented very well what they do, and we understood it. The SABC presentation from the DDG was less than 5 minutes to tell us I have nothing to say. I'm finding it very difficult because we're here to provide oversight on SABC, not to provide oversight on research entities that support the SABC. I'm sitting here, I don't understand, one, where the 3.2 billion went to, two, what is the turnaround plan, what are the financials, where did we hit revenue, where did we miss it. I just feel like we have not even started for the purpose of which we came here for. We commend the research, we hear it, we know the challenges of policy, but how do we fix the SABC? It's still a question mark for me, because I don't know what is the SABC doing out of the presentations that we got. We know your public mandate, but financially, a lot of stuff have been tried over the years, and I had the privilege to being with the department on different roles. And I know we've tried retrenchment, we've seen the numbers, cost reduction, it has not worked. We have tried changing boards, we've tried changing CEOs, it has not helped the SABC. So clearly, the issues that we are facing are not in cost reduction or in changing the coaches or the players. I'm asking myself, even if we come up with a policy today, are we going to fix the SABC with a policy? My layman answer is no. The reason the OTTs are doing so well and they are taking advantage of the space that SABC has opened, and even the other social media platforms, is lack of creativity in how to generate revenue, because a business can only operate with revenue. And the only thing that the DDG told us is that there was no revenue. Therefore, we can't even begin to talk about the turnaround of SABC until we hear the presentation of SABC in detail. I saw a presentation that spoke about the decline of youth employees. I think it's sitting at 26%. I look around the room, I'm not sure if we've got youth here. And those are the, I know. Those are the people that are consuming the content in OTT, in social media. Those are the people who should be working hard to reach. I look around, I see women. That's the second largest population, but we still don't have enough. That tells me the SABC is not attracting the right market that is generating revenue out there. Because women, youth, young kids, those are the people that are consuming all of these things that we see overtaking our public broadcaster. But all of this intelligence we can't even begin to dissect because there is no presentation from the SABC chair. I'll pause there. Thank you.
You want to kill us with COVID, Nina. One microphone for so many people. Can you hear me? Okay. Am I audible now? Okay. Maybe let me just come in with one or two issues. You know, when Honorable Souls was quoting Einstein there, I'm sure all of us thought he was going to quote his famous quotation that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the same results is insanity, right? And I think the feeling from the members as I listen to them is exactly that. I know we have to give time to the SABC to present just now, but I wanted to perhaps remind all of us why we are here. As we do this oversight, and like we said, that we are here to represent the interests of the people, and the interests of the people are in a functional, stable, future-proofed South African broadcasting service to ensure that they've got universal access to the information that they require to empower their lives. Now, once we leave here, we then go back to Parliament, and we will table before the National Assembly the report of this oversight visit. That report, once adopted by the National Assembly, is communicated to the Minister with recommendations that he is expected to deliver on. And I believe that those recommendations, up until he motivates, are binding recommendations. Now, as we do this, we're not doing this just because we had a free week and we thought, let's come to Auckland Park, is because we're also hoping to get, from these interactions, the key issues that we should include there, which will assist, whether it's the department or the SABC to achieve their goals. So I'm just trying to frame where we're going. I have received, the committee has received an apology from National Treasury. We were hoping that they would really be here. They've said that they have to focus on the budget. So we were hoping that they would be here because a lot of these conversations also relate to what the National Treasury is prepared to do or not, including the issue of the household levy. But I want to ask, my questions are only to the DCDT. And I'm really trying not to be an insane person like Einstein said. We have been in office since July of last year, June in fact. When we got here, we were told about the audio and the audiovisual policy that was outstanding and what. I'm not asking now in broad terms like Honorable Vilakazi was asking. I want to know, since then, the start of the 7th Parliament, at least, what has been done? What have you been doing on this policy? Because we were given a time frame that it would be September 2023, then December 2024, December. Where is it? What has been done, like just in that period? Because even as the Minister seeks to withdraw the SABC bill, he says, no, he's finalizing. He's been finalizing since he also got into office in June. So realistically, distinguished officials of government, what is happening? So that's the audio visual and then the regulation of OTTs. Yourselves and the Honorable Chairperson of ICASA, because we've had this discussion, can you tell us practically what has been done? Leave ICASA and their process. In the 7 months or so that we're talking about before we celebrate our anniversary, what has been done? So are we looking at taxation? Have we developed? What has been done? I don't think I can put it as beyond that in terms of plainness. I was criticized, I think, by MMA when I said these people here are not just, as the esteemed advocate Toby calls them, 400 lay people, right? They are lawmakers, competent lawmaking authority. And I would not want a situation where we now go into the realm of creating and developing the laws that government does not want to be called to be overstepping. So I want to, I think, clarify that as a principle. We are competent as a committee to create laws. And it cannot be that the country, the industry, is being held to ransom by the executive on things that need to move. We've been having these conversations. We've honestly been having these conversations. And I'm hoping that as we do this, we'll play our oversight role, because we know you are reluctant to let go of the legislative role, which does not solely belong to yourselves. But as we do that, we need to see movement. So may I invite the department, maybe we save the best for last. So let's start with the BRC. We get the NAB. I'm not sure, Chairperson of SABC, you would want to respond directly to the questions, because I know you are presenting next, and then DDG, Mashile, and Shelembe afterwards. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Thank you for the questions. I'm going to recite them back, and forgive me if I've missed anything. Please let me know if I have. The first question related to community radio and radio audience measurement. So in terms of RAMS and its ability to serve the community radio sector, is the community radio sector included in RAMS? Yes. Is it the ideal study for the community sector? No, it's not. RAMS is a representative sample of the radio universe in South Africa. And in that, as a study, it's, how do I put this? If I had to ask anybody sitting in this room, what radio station did you listen to on the way to work this morning? There's a high likelihood that you'll reference the incorrect station because of top-of-mind awareness. Top-of-mind awareness serves the bigger commercial stations. It doesn't necessarily serve the community radio stations. And that's why I've had engagements with the MDDA to, well, on the one hand, say we require funding from the community sector, which we don't get. So bear in mind, community radio stations are included in our study. But there's no funding to the BRC for that. But with funding, we can assist entities like the MDDA, GCIS. I don't want to leave off the other community players, but there are many bodies in establishing a study that is fit for purpose for the community radio sector. And community radio requires a different approach. They require footprint study. And is it as expensive as the study that we currently give to the market? No, it's not. Are there ways to mitigate for expense? Yes. So RAMS currently, we release data every quarter, and there's an expense to that. For the community radio sector, perhaps there's a release that happens once a year, and the community radio sector can trade off of that data. Now, I don't want to say that RAMS isn't giving its fair share to community radio simply because there is no reference point currently where when we get a community radio station saying you're under-reading us, my first response is, please show me the data that you have that is showing that. And I often don't get that. And when I say show me the data, I'm not expecting a community radio station to go out and do expensive research. I'm looking for indicative data from their own station. I'll say, you know, how many call-ins have you had in the week? How many call-ins do you have in a month? What's the interaction on your social media platform? So we can get an indicative data set so that we can try and match back to RAMS. But it's difficult. It's difficult to get that data. But you know, we don't have to go down that path. The path that we need to go down is we require funding. It's not a massive amount of funding, and we need to look at community radio measurement in a different way. And the BRC is 100% behind facilitating that for the community radio sector. Challenges faced by the BRC. There are many challenges. I spoke about it being great that we have everybody in the room from the broadcasters, and that gives us a whole pot of money. Is it enough money? Well, advertising revenue is down. So the way the BRC operates, each member gives a levy. So it's based on advertising revenue. So it's symbiotic because the better the broadcasters do, the more money the BRC gets, which means we can up our stakes in terms of the research that we provide, which again should make it better for the broadcasters and the revenue that they generate. Now, some of the challenges that we have. In terms of TV audience measurement, currently we measure activity going on the TV screen. We are able to see at a very high level that there's activity going on alternative devices, and there's also non-reference viewing. So that's viewing that we don't necessarily capture because then it's not a member of ours. So Netflix, Disney Plus, I could go on. So there's a portion of measurement that needs to occur that requires funding. So we need to be able to measure what's going on someone's phone, what's going on someone's laptop. We need to be able to measure what's going on in the home and out of the home. We need to get a fix on streaming, not just for the broadcasters. That's a fairly easy exercise. We need to get a fix on streaming for the other OTT players in the market so that the broadcasters know what they're up against. So these are some of the challenges that we have currently, and we're currently running well, we've not started the RFP, but we've begun many workshops with the broadcasters in terms of an RFP that's upcoming for television audience measurement, and that feeds into the continual upgrade that we make to our measurement. Should this have occurred 5 years ago? Yes, it should have. Are we taking care of it now? Yes, we are. In terms of RAMs, current methodology is telephonic interviews. That's proved incredibly difficult. During COVID, we wanted to never be held ransom to a socioeconomic or a tragedy in our country that would not allow us to gather data. And when COVID hit, we couldn't gather data because we had a face-to-face method. So we went to telephonic interviews. It's proved incredibly difficult because habits form very quickly in South Africa, and COVID caused habit change. And I won't go into the myriad of habits that have changed, but in terms of contacting people via telephone, people don't want to be contacted via telephone. They're worried that there's debt collectors. They're worried that it's a cold call, being sold insurance. People don't want to take phone calls. So we're now in an RFP process where we're looking at a new methodology, which will come to fruition at the end of Q1 this year. And we've learned, we're applying those learnings, and we'll move forward with a study that should give us what we need at this point in time. And I say at this point in time because more issues will arise, and we'll have to look at those issues and attend to those issues when they arise. In terms of the BRC and how the data is serving the people, the one thing that I would say is in terms of the data that the BRC provides, it's serving the broadcasters, the advertisers, the media agencies in strategy, in terms of putting together communication, coordinating content, and serving that content to the right people. It's not just about serving that advert to the right people. The broadcasters use our data for insights. Continually, I'm engaging with many of the commercial radio stations in their formats on an ongoing basis. They want to know how are their formats working, the changes that they've implemented. Are those working for the people out there in South Africa? So it's about insights. It's not just about generating money, but unfortunately, we need the money for the research. How's the data stored? So there are various levels. So in terms of access to the data, once we've collected the data via our independent suppliers who abide by all of our privacy laws, all the data is anonymized, first and foremost. But in terms of the data set, the raw data, we have third-party software bureaus who process the data so that it can be processed in a usable format by whoever wants to pull insights or book media. In terms of access to that, only agencies or advertisers in South Africa that buy and book media, so radio and TV, they get free access from the BRC, but they pay a license fee with the software bureaus. And the software bureaus have an agreement in place with the BRC too. If there is any entity outside of our members or subscribers that request access, that goes to the board for deliberation, and we're talking about global players, maybe some of the OTT players, for example. So the board will deliberate, and that's a board made up of the TV and radio broadcasters, and they'll deliberate on whether access can be granted or not granted. And then lastly, I have, how can the BRC assist Parliament with ASO figures? With great pleasure. That's how we can assist. We're fully transparent. We're willing to give any data that will serve for decisions to be made. We don't want to direct the decision. We want to give the data that helps the decision be made. So we're open. We're open to engagement.
Thanks, honourable members. And once again, just to thank you for this opportunity. We really appreciate the FaceTime. It's so important. There were a number of issues raised, and I'm going to hand over to colleagues to address them. However, I want to restate that as a collective, the NAB represents the collective consensus views. So when we have this conversation, it's a conversation in the context of what our membership feels about something and their positions around that. Where there are individual inputs to be made by individual licensed broadcasters, that's when they will have direct engagements and they'll speak to those issues. So on the issue of community broadcasting, I think this has been an ongoing concern for a number of years. There's been concerns around their sustainability and viability, and the fact that we have more than 200 community radio stations, which is fantastic for our vibrant democracy, for plurality, diversity, for voice, etc. The consistent challenge, and I'm sad to say for more than 20 years, has been the fact that there are no guaranteed funding sources, and we know this. Economically, which is what I said earlier, every single broadcaster relies on advertising revenue. Community broadcasters, of course, depend also on donor funding, sponsorships, direct funding sources from the very communities that they're serving. Ideally, it was about, if you're in a small community, you were able to get adverts from the small butcher shop, from whichever services were provided in those communities. The economy is depressed. The other huge challenge with community broadcasters is the heavy reliance on volunteership. To think about people not actually being able to be paid for the services that they provide is a reality of what is happening. A lot of people in the community sector obviously work as volunteers. It's great when they then are able to move across the industry, work for the public broadcaster, community, etc. And one of the key laments from the community sector has been that they are a training facility almost for the other streams of media. So the funding issue has been a dire one for many years. There are just so many funding resources, which is the MDDA, which through GCIS years ago, through the Department of Communications themselves, who were able to support community broadcasting. But I think the real issue is that we're in an environment where there needs to be a lot greater due diligence and understanding before licenses are granted. This, again, is a message that comes directly from community broadcasters themselves. The other key issue is that in the funding mix, because there are no guaranteed sources, and because to the points that Gary has raised, there's such a reliance on audience data, which comes with its own challenges, this has always been an issue that's been kind of a bottleneck for community radio in particular. I know, honourable members, you're also going to be engaging with the community print sector, and we always see community media within the broader mediascape. So these are huge challenges. We don't have a quick fix. The other key concern that community broadcasters have is around the heavy administrative responsibilities. We all know that this is a highly regulated sector. At every turn, there are monitoring reports. There are reports and submissions on whether AGMs were held, how many people attended, etc., etc. So ICASA has worked very closely with the community sector to try to find ways to actually streamline and to make ease of reporting much better. But these are ongoing challenges. It means a lot more engagement. The regulator, as we understand, does engage quite regularly with the community sector. But regrettably, there is no solution. We are working in an environment where it is about mixed funding sources, where it is about the same concerns around governance, oversight, management of communities, etc. So it's something we're going to have to work on. On the issue of mis and disinformation, the NAB, a couple of years ago, we also launched a code of conduct for our members who provide online content services, and they sign up those services to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. So if you wanted to complain about those particular services, you could. This is, again, a proactive role that the industry plays. There's no regulation that calls for it, but it's good public service providers in terms of good governance, good corporate citizenship. It's another tier of a code of conduct that we've introduced. I think the issue around misinformation and disinformation, and it's awful to see what's happening. There needs to be a lot more consumer awareness. I think there's a lot of work happening with different government agencies around information campaigns at school level, all the way through, etc. Again, something that I think collaboratively all different stakeholders need to work much closely on, developing those campaigns, getting messaging out, also making sure people know how to complain when they need to complain about these particular social media platforms, which, as you know, we have no control over YouTube, we have no control over Facebook, we have no control over Meta, over X, T, W, etc. So these are the challenges, and I think to the point, Honourable Chairperson, you talked about how do we move forward. We are sad that we've got to have the same conversation for 5 years because there's been no political will to just make it happen. We are even more saddened when we see that local South African producers of content, local providers, local radio and television services have to battle this hard because of all these over-the-top activities that happen in our environment where there's absolutely no requirements, no investment into black economic empowerment per se, no specific investment into content production. All these issues around the way in which they've been operating, you've raised this, and I'm sure the Department of Trade, Industry, etc. are looking at these issues. They're much bigger. They're global phenomena. We're all dealing with them. So we don't have the solutions. The other important issue you raised around the draft white paper, and I'm going to hand that over to Tawana, we're supporting the objectives of the white paper. We're supporting the objectives of moving this industry forward, of innovation. What we're saying is that more than 20 years ago, I was a regulator then, recommendations were made in terms of the ownership restrictions, particularly on the radio side. None of that was implemented. Legislation didn't change. Now, we're sad about 5 years. We're more saddened by 15 and 20 years. So there are some issues that ought to have just should have been taken forward, and they were not. We're very hopeful. We're very encouraged. It's wonderful that we can sit and have this open conversation. It's wonderful that you are listening to us. We know this is an oversight specifically for the public broadcaster. My point again is it's a huge ecosystem, the interplay, the interrelationships, and you've just heard Gary around audience, how do you sell audiences, etc. This is your currency at the end of the day. So I'm going to let Tawana just talk to the white paper issues that are very directed and specific to specific members of ours. We'd like to have another opportunity perhaps, and they can have a direct conversation with you on those. I trust you appreciate. I have to represent my collective, not myself.
I've seen you fight for that collective. I'm trying.
Thank you. I'm short. Thank you very much, Chair. So on the issue then of why foreign ownership and why the NAB supports it, I think it's important to highlight that that is a policy position that was proposed by the government through the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in recognition of the fact that there simply is not enough surplus investments that can be used or that can be attracted within the local economy itself. Because if we just think about the breadth of broadcasting, its investment in infrastructure, its investment in people, its investment in content. And unfortunately, we've seen that within the context of the current regulatory regime, we simply have not been able to attract enough investment because of these limitations. And so as an industry body, we support the government position. And I think it's quite important to highlight that one of the requirements really relate to BEE and certain percentages of local ownership, and that is a license obligation that's always imposed by ICASA. And we believe that that actually balances concerns around foreign control, especially where media platforms are concerned. And then specifically relating to the Film and Publication Board, one of the key principles in respect of regulation is legal certainty, where we know what the legislation means and how it's implemented, especially when you're dealing with entities that are creatures of statute. Both the FPB as well as ICASA are creatures of statute. And what that means is their mandate as well as how they go about executing their mandate has to be within the confines of their legislation. And so the Film and Publication Board matter is not because we are seeking to evade regulation as broadcasters, but we are simply ensuring that that independence that is entrenched in the Constitution for ICASA, which we spoke about in the opening remarks, is actually realized by not only ourselves as broadcasters, but other entities that also interplay or exercise some sort of jurisdiction where audiovisual content platforms are concerned. And so it's just to ensure that there is that clarity so that each entity operates within its own purview in the interests and certainty of ourselves as broadcasters, but also themselves as entities that operate in the same space. Thank you very much.
Thanks, members and chairperson, and I think for the continued support always. So in terms of the audiovisual white paper, chairperson, as we had asked, we had asked an external person to edit the document for us, which they finalized towards the last week of February or so. And now, last week, Wednesday, we said, as the branch responsible for that, to go through that work for the final editorials, so that we produce a document for the last time that is going to be of value. And the intention is to take it to the minister next month via the DG's office, because that's the procedure internally, so that we go and publish for about 30 days to 45 days for the last comments. And I think it's in line with what I think the minister had said the other day in Parliament when asking about that. So the issue is that, Chairperson, that's from where we are working with the document. And in that document, we deal with the ownership and control issue, as the colleague said, with the regulation of OTT. As the members had said, Chair, remember the current framework for the audiovisual sector is licensing and authorization. So in that paper, we are introducing registration and the other element that will deal with what you call OTTs related to the audiovisual sector. There are OTTs that are related to the telecommunication sector. So this one will be dealing with those. So, and then it is through that research I was mentioning. It was not to gloat as a humble public servant, but to indicate, because at the public hearings, a statement was made that we just do cut and paste, we don't do research. And so it was in relation to that. So as a humble public, I will never gloat in front of my members or the public. It was just to mention that, indeed, whatever we do, we consider various aspects. And when we consider that, that's when the issues raised by the NAB come up to say, this is a very huge ecosystem. You need to deal with the issues. As we're dealing with the issues, Chair, and in support of the community media and the publishers, the issue of what the Competition Commission was doing came up to say, once they release their report, as a policymaker, we have a responsibility to do something around it, because it will affect our members who are broadcasters, SABC and others. And I think that's what the Commissioner Doris Tsepe said the other day, to say this is what they will also appreciate. So it was within that context, but not to close, yes. In terms of the 5%, I think as we dream and we do the 5%, it's very important, Chairperson, that we always base what we say on research. And when we do research, it's not only policy, it's also how, beyond the policy, the legislative framework is being done. For example, because we have noticed that the white paper is a little bit late, what we have done for implementation, we're engaging the regulators that are going to be responsible for this, to say, because we're a little bit late, how do we ensure that once the policies are approved by Cabinet, we start with whatever is a long-hanging fruit to start implementing. And that's what I think research assists us to do, to say, as you do this and you see delay, what if you do implementation parallel to the processes being, so that you do a catch-up. In terms of I think DDG Slembe will talk about it, but on a monthly basis, as he said, we do engage with the SABC and Treasury, so that we update each other. We have an item there where we always report. It's called Policy and Regulatory, where we update each other in terms of what are the issues and what should be done, and where we are at as a department, and what they need from us from policy side. And I think what was recommended last week was that what if we do it on a 2-monthly basis with all the other, and we also support the spirit of the ICT Regulators Forum, because I think that's where the issues will be discussed, to say this is what we need from policy side. And that's the approach that we took, that we do not do a top-down approach, but we ask the sector to say the same approach that the CASAS took with APP, to say how do we assist you from a policy side so that we cut all the blockages, Chair. Thank you. And in terms of the from around the household fee collecting, as part of your study, you'll have, and that's how I think we drafted that section that said, do the funding model. And in that funding model, you are going to have various options that you need to, you don't pre-announce them at the beginning, because people will come with inputs, the SABC will come with inputs, the public will come with its own input. And what it says is that before it's being adopted, ICASA will have to comment as a regulator that has oversight. So what you do when you develop that, whoever is going to develop it will need to engage everyone that is going to be affected by the decision. So we might have ideas in terms of how we have outlined them, but the ultimate one, I think, will come at the end when we have considered everything and the economic situation at the time and the policy situation at the time. In relation to what you were asking, Honourables, I think we agree with the question. During the COVID era, we had a collaborative task team around misinformation and disinformation. And what the white paper is saying is that digital media literacy and these issues related to this require report on an annual basis to Parliament so that we track our progress and to determine who has to do it. Because if everybody does it and there's no report, then we are not going to track progress in terms of how So we also followed the session that you had with the OTTs around elections and others. We engaged the IEC around such matters. So it is an ongoing in our radar with us and the GCIS colleagues that we deal with. And indeed, we are also concerned about the future proofing of the community sector, and I think also in terms of how it gets supported beyond the finalization of the white paper, and that's the submission that the community TV and others had made to us to say, we are concerned, kindly speak to your peers so that you see how we, and then I think through whatever is going to come from that Competition Commission recommendation, we are also going to look into how we find diversity moving forward, how we fund the upcoming podcast, because they are playing a role in terms of new diversity online and other issues. So it's going to be a very comprehensive thing. I am saying this to say, at least we believe that Minister will get something to approve, to publish before the 31st of March for final 45 or 30 days for comments, so that we finalize and come up with a final white paper that will be approved by Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. I think my questions relate really to the scanty presentation on the utilization of the 3.2 billion. Where did it go exactly? I think I mentioned in my presentation, brief presentation, that the SABC presented to us on a monthly basis, as my colleague is mentioning here, on how they were utilizing the bailout funds. And we monitored the utilization over a period of time, including up to the full exhaustion of the bailout. When the bailout was allocated, there were specific areas which were earmarked for the monies to be spent on, and these areas included the creditors. At the time, there were huge creditors which were remaining unpaid by the SABC, which it was unable to service those creditors. So a portion of the bailout was earmarked for the payment of creditors. That amounted to 1.4 billion rand, which was just earmarked for the payment of creditors to the SABC. The next bigger amount for expenditure was for content, whereby the SABC had to spend money on appealing content which will then attract audiences and then bring up the numbers for viewership, which was hoped then that would increase advertising into the SABC. A total of 1.2 billion rand was spent on content. The last component for expenditure, which was earmarked again, was that on CAPEX, which had to do with the modernization of the organization in terms of capital, the upgrades of studios, and so on. That amount spent was 600 million. Altogether, that added up to 3.2 billion. At the end of the 4-year period, then the SABC submitted what I called a closeout report, which spelled out in detail what they had spent the money on. The issue that remained to be answered was, how come is it that you will spend the money on the right areas that you had identified yourself, as areas needing expenditure and support from government, which were then meant to change the fortunes of the organization? How come then did we not see the traction in the key metrics which are supposed to guide the turnaround of the SABC. That is the part that we are requesting the AGSA to investigate on our behalf, where the money is spent on the right capex, where the money is spent on the right content. I think those would be almost subjective assessments on the expenditure that the SABC would have undertaken. But that is the report that we are awaiting. We do have the report submitted by the SABC on how the amount was spent, and that report was also tabled to the previous portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Shelembe. Do you want to respond, Chairperson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mutivi Ramusi. Chair, I think there was a question about what are we doing practically as an authority. Just to give all the audience some comfort, since 2022, we have looked at other interventions that the authority needs to implement. One of them was through the call termination review, just to look at the impact of OTT when it comes to use of voice on the internet. The second one, last year in July, we started the process, an inquiry on the subscription television to look at the impact as well. And even to continue further, we have established a forum that consists of regulators and media regulators in the country, and the intention, taking advantage and looking at the challenges that social media content that is being consumed proactively, what is it that we must do as regulators? So there are areas that we've studied, but I think what is important, Chair and honorable members, until the department moves, I think the authority, we're actually constrained, because you might have heard it's a relay. It starts with policy pronouncement, then will come with regulation. So the sooner the better, I think it will be better. But apart from that, we're still doing a lot of research. We're engaging. I've met with some of the OTTs. What needs to happen again, Chair, is some OTTs, as you might have seen, they are now moving into infrastructure, providing the undersea cable coming into the country. Now it's becoming complicated in terms of who's now an OTT, because if they come with infrastructure, I need to be ready as an authority on whether should I regulate the entire value chain or what is it that we need to do. So I'm pleading as an authority that the department must move fast, because as I said, tomorrow it might be a different OTT, and we need to be mindful about those changes. On outreach, I think Nadia spoke about broadcasters. We do conduct outreach programs, talking to the community radio stations. We've taken note that governance is one of our biggest challenges in this country. We continue to close those community radios. We don't like it.
Sorry, can I stop you? Just on community media, I thought I would stop other colleagues who spoke about it. We do have a session later in the week focused just on the sustainability of community media. So if I can park it there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Let me thank Gary and Nadia, the DDGs, for their response. We don't usually do this, but I think we need to come out with an answer. There was a question that was asked here by, if I'm not mistaken, it was either Honorable Subrathi or Honorable Botland, that given the fact now that the SABC is in limbo with this SABC bill, and particularly the funding model, what are the interim measures that the department is introducing to support the SABC financially? We need to have an answer for that, because we can't, in all honesty, leave here and, you know, there's no sense that something is happening. And the big problem at the SABC is funding. So what is in the pipeline? And then the SABC must also not make us liars. We've been saying here infrastructure CEO has not been updated for 10 years. But you had $500 million just now to update infrastructure. So I think we'll have to come back to that report on the 3.2 billion. Could I have a response on the interim measures for the financial state sustainability of the SABC?
Thank you, Chair. We apologize for missing that question. I guess, Chairperson, we have done the best we could to include the SABC funding as part of the national fiscus pending the finalization of the new funding model. Unfortunately, the Treasury has not responded positively to that request, and therefore the funding for the SABC has not been included, similarly to the other entities in our portfolio. We had mentioned to Treasury that was at least going to be a stopgap measure until the funding model is finalized. But unfortunately, Chair, we have not received a positive feedback there.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to understand, we've heard about the 3.2 billion was how it was expended. And the kind of feeling we get is that it was, okay, let's just say we spent 3.2 billion, but an SABC appeared before the committee in the last FY, and I think we celebrated their turnaround. They did very well. We praised them. I think I stand to correction. They turned a loss into a small profit as well, into a surplus. So I'm trying to wrap my hand around why are we saying this 3.2 billion did not help SABC? Was that not connected? I mean, if your creditors were paid, it took the pressure off. It meant management and executive could be more creative. You didn't have this financial pressure. So did that 3.2 billion, is it not related to this turnaround that we've been celebrating and praising SABC? I think we need to just get clarity on that. Did it help SABC to get out of the hole and get onto an upward trajectory? So the question is, what more do we have to do of what we're doing in this upward trajectory to keep SABC going up? I think that needs to be clarified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bolen.
Chair, I think the question, the response of Ubabu Shelembe raised more questions than answers, because we also what was supposed to be the budget which was deferred last week. There was no external entity that received a bailout. And as things stand, the fiscus cannot afford a further bailout. But what we are hearing is that the SABC, they are on their own in this regard. The department does not sound like they have any contingency measures to assist the SABC. And I don't know, maybe when the SABC does present, we will get further answers. But at this point, I don't know where in our program we can pack and really discuss the funding issues of the SABC. Because sitting here, there's no indication that there is anything concrete that is going to be offered to the SABC, or that the SABC has the ability to turn things around sitting where we are sitting.
Thank you, honourable members. I think you've heard the follow-up questions. In the interest of time, I'm going to plead for indulgence. We're supposed to break now at 1 for lunch. I would really like us to take the SABC presentation. Chair, is it likely to be longer than 30 minutes? Because I'd like us to take that presentation and then come back and then break for lunch afterwards. Less than 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes. 45 minutes. I'm not trying to teach resilience to the members, so maybe now. So maybe let's break then for lunch. Chair, you want to say something? There's a mic.
Thank you, Chair. Not to interfere with your programming, but I'm hearing you that it sounds like you will call for the break. There is a matter that we had written to the committee about in terms of presenting in committee. I was hoping that maybe we can dispense it so that if there's a need for the colleagues to take an extended lunch whilst we present to you, maybe we sort of do that. But we are in your hands.
Okay, not all of the members were present when we had in committee, so maybe I could just repeat that we met this morning, honorable members. We had received a letter from the SABC where they were requesting that their presentation, or at least portions of the presentation, be held in a closed session. In the letter, they cited commercial sensitivities, given the fact that we are truly seeking to engage, amongst others, the issues around the turnaround. The committee in committee resolved that we would come to this platform for SABC to then indicate why it is that they are requesting a closed session. I think the advisors could not necessarily take full responsibility for briefing the SABC. So I do want to concur with yourself, Chair, that perhaps you make that presentation to us in terms of why you want a closed session. We'll take a decision and then break for lunch thereafter.
So, Chair, I'll be quite economical with the time. The brief that we received from yourselves speaks to two critical issues that we must take you into confidence on. The sustainability question of the SABC. With all the responses you would have heard, which suggests that our sustainability must be out of what we do ourselves as the SABC. That speaks to us speaking to you about tactical intervention and strategic interventions to claw back on lost revenue market, which we have lost to colleagues who are present here today. And we don't necessarily want to just hand them our plans so that they can go and develop a counter strategy. Secondly, if we speak about the question of our readiness to respond to the ASO question, whilst we must state that we do not agree with the 31st of March, we must also state that our intervention speaks to us migrating our audiences to platforms where our colleagues here are already playing. So we don't want to, again, give them our strategy and tactic. Then it can make it an uphill battle. We think such an engagement in a public platform might be commercially suicide. So we are pleading in line with established tradition that we've always done with yourselves to request to present in committee, which we're grateful that in the past it has always been granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Board. Members, I put it to you, Rule 184 of the Rules of the National Assembly do indicate that we may hold a meeting or portions of the meeting in a closed session, but it would have to be a decision of the committee. We don't even have a quorum here, we have the full committee to take the decision. Can I just check, can I just get the feeling of the House? Honorable Bodlani?
Chair. Oh, this is working. Chair, I think the SABC, the need for the SABC to operate as transparent as possible is there. As public representatives, it is our duty to ensure that there is transparency in everything that the SABC does. And the only problem I have sitting here in saying no to the SABC is that there is a precedence, which we objected to when it was last done. In the 6th Parliament, there was a request for an in-committee, in-camera meeting, which ourselves, as the Democratic Alliance, objected to. But as the chairperson rightfully says, there is that precedence to say it has been done before. And it becomes an issue when he then says they've got their own trade secrets that is not fair for them to then come and discuss in this forum. And when we are going to then come back to them and say, but you have done this, and they say, oh, but when we wanted to have an in-camera meeting with yourself, you did not allow it. So while I am not a fan of closed meetings, we cannot say no on the basis that there is a precedence. This has been done before. But as far as possible, I think we should avoid having in-camera engagements with the SABC precisely because they are the public broadcaster.
Thank you. I saw a hand, Honorable Souls, then Honorable Makubele.
No, Chairperson, after much research,
6 hours worth.
I'd like to move to honor the request from the SABC that it is done in committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Souls. Honorable Makubele.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the request from the SABC, it is not unreasonable, Chairperson. We do have, as much as we've got an obligation to ensure that there is transparency and openness, accountability publicly, but they are in competition with some of the people that are sitting in the audience or even watching outside. And if indeed they are going to be presenting some of the trade secrets that they want to employ to turn around the entity and also to discuss sensitive commercial issues, I feel it's upon us as committee members to protect the sustainability of SABC and also ensure that it is viable and competitive without really exposing them to undue and unfair competition in our task of providing oversight. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can I take it, members, that we are in agreement? Yes. Okay. Thank you. My understanding then is that as we break for lunch, which will be 45 minutes, if the members can take 30 minutes with the SABC board and executive, then we can start slightly earlier. It would mean we'd have to communicate the time for return for everybody else in the meeting. I am required by the rules of the National Assembly, I'm told, to then give a summary of what was discussed in committee, so you have a sense of the issues, not necessarily the issues themselves. After the SABC presentation, we will then go, National Treasury have indicated, have apologized, we'll go to, I think it was a multi-choice, I'm not sure if Prime Media is here. Netflix wants to send a written submission, hence they must be registered in the Republic. So we'll go into that presentation. And I think the meeting, CEO, with the staff, we're looking at around 3:30 to 4 o'clock, if that would be okay. Thank you very much. So let's break for lunch, and then members, if we could be back at quarter to 2. Thank you so much.
In our view, the challenges that are faced by the SABC are not unique. I think if you follow the sector news, you would also have seen publication of our results that the environment has changed. We're also facing the same challenges that the SABC is facing. And that's occasioned by change patterns of consumption by consumers. That's also occasioned by competition by global giants in the OTT space, and I think the rest of the morning went into a lot of detail around that issue. And then we're also facing the challenge that the advertising revenues are declining considerably. So our financial results bear testimony to this reality that we face. We've got quite a number of slides, but we will focus specifically on the topic that we've been asked to speak to, which is around compelling content. We'll share our slides with you. There's a lot of background material that we have included, mainly about multi-choice, what we do, the business environment we operate in, and our contributions to the broader society, but we will not go into that detail. I'm going to ask Lara to come up and specifically speak to the partnerships and the compelling content.
Thanks, Wellington, and excuse me, good afternoon to everybody. Let me just flick through these slides. You can look at all the pretty pictures in your own time. So we've been asked to speak about creative content partnerships. And I think it's fair to say that MultiChoice and SABC have walked a long road together over the years. What I'll speak to today is going to focus on two main ways that we partner on content, and that is through channel provision and through sub-licensing, which largely sits on the sports side. So if you allow me, I'm just going to talk to those in a little bit of detail. So I think the committee, most of you will be aware that MultiChoice commissions a raft of local content programming, which it packages into channels, which it puts on the DSTV platform. In addition to that, MultiChoice also has a process in place for the commissioning of local channels. So in the same way that we ask independent producers to go and to our submissions portal and to make proposals on new ideas for new kinds of programming that they might have, we ask channel providers to go to our channel portal and to essentially pitch ideas for new channels. So there are basically two ways for new channels to come onto the DSTV platform. Unsolicited pitches, where people would just go onto the portal, give their idea, they get given a number, receipt, and we acknowledge them, and if that is a good idea, it's filling a gap, a potential gap on the platform, we would then take that process forward. As with content, we consider a range of factors. You know, we consider the business model behind that channel, we consider the programming makeup of that channel. Is it going to speak to an audience niche that is currently not being spoken to? Do we have available satellite capacity for it? Is it in line with what our audience wants? So that's the one leg of how channels get onto DSTV. And the second leg is through a solicited, a call for channel proposals, where we would publish, we would say, look, we're looking at putting up a new educational channel. Anybody who's got an idea about how to fulfill this need, give us a proposal, and we run then a process in terms of awarding it. So you would have maybe remembered that that's how Newsroom Africa came up onto the platform. In addition to that sort of commissioning process, we also have a long partnership with many of the other broadcasters within South Africa. So even though we are obviously competitors, and we compete for eyeballs every single night, we enter into arrangements with other broadcasters to supply channels onto the platform. So we have deals in place with the SABC that supplies SABC News exclusively onto the DSTV platform. We also have a channel deal with eMedia. One of the channels provided by eMedia is ENCA. We, as I already mentioned, we commission channels like Newsroom Africa, like your Mojo Love channels. And then we also offer carriage to all of the community television broadcasters, so they're also able to put their channels on air. So it's something I think that we're very proud of as a business, that we're able to provide channels with the opportunity to reach DSTV viewers. It's another avenue for them. None of these, it's not necessarily the only way that they can reach viewers, but it is an important mechanism for them. So, at the start I said I'll talk to two main areas, the sort of channel deals and then the sub-licensing deals. And the sub-licensing deals largely sit in the area of sports. So again, MultiChoice and SuperSport, which is the company within MultiChoice that focuses on sport, is obviously a competitor with the SABC in terms of competing for sports rights. But this is an area where we feel we've really been able to make ICASA's sports broadcasting regulations work. Both SABC and MultiChoice and SuperSport have historically been the main broadcasters that invest in local sport. And over the years, both broadcasters have sub-licensed sports rights to each other. And that sub-licensing approach is quite important for keeping sport alive, because sadly, because of the competing priorities within our country, often these sporting codes don't get a lot of funding directly from government, and the sporting codes depend on the sale of sports rights in order to keep themselves viable. So this cooperative approach of sub-licensing, where someone will buy the rights and sub-license that portion of the rights that they don't use to another broadcaster, we think has really been to the benefit of sports bodies, of fans, of players, and obviously because players, it affects the performance of our teams. And we would say to both free-to-air and to pay-TV audiences. So there's a number of sports rights which we've sub-licensed to the SABC over the last year, including, I think we just listed two here, Currie Cup, MTN 8, Nedbank Cup. There were also, I think, the Cricket World Cup and some others. So I wanted to just touch on, in closing, the partnership on SuperSport Schools that you might have seen in the media recently. So SuperSport Schools is an initiative from MultiChoice where we film and screen school-level sport. So there's some amazing stats on this slide. We had almost 1 million registered users as of June last year. I'm quite sure that has surpassed 1 million by now. We had showed at that stage 78% year-on-year growth, 1 billion minutes spent watching school sports content, and it's available on every DSTV bouquet. So, and you'll see the message in the corner of the slide that SuperSport Schools has 47 sporting codes streamed, which is more than the Olympics offers. So it's something that we're very proud of, and we've been very proud to enter into a partnership with the SABC on SuperSport Schools. So you would have seen the media announcements that SABC Sports has launched a fully curated SuperSport Schools channel on SABC Plus. So this channel went live about a week ago, and it's really ensuring access by the users of SABC Plus to high-quality schools and youth sport, which is available on the SuperSport Schools app. So SABC curates that channel, packages that channel, and we really think that this is a milestone in the broadcasting of youth sports. It obviously gives the SABC access to many thousands of matches, etc., across a wide range of disciplines. And we think it really supports one of the SABC's values, which is around community engagement and fostering a deeper connection between schools and their surrounding communities. And I think from MultiChoice's point of view, it's really an opportunity to, we at MultiChoice, I think with the board and the relatively still new CEO, we've really tried to reset the relationship with the SABC, and this is one of the projects that we've worked on. I think there are some others still in the background, but we really are committed to doing our part to try foster a partnership between broadcasters that works for both parties. So that's it on my bit. I'll just hand over to Wellington.
Thank you, Chair, I think that's the end of our presentation. I think we've stuck to the 10 to 15 minutes. Just to reiterate our appreciation of the opportunity to engage with the committee. But more importantly, Chair, I think, as Lara has said, as an organization, between us and the SABC, we've gotten to a stage where the relationship has been reset, and we're looking for more and more partnerships that we can execute together. And from our side, we remain committed, Chair, to doing our bit to elevate the broadcasting sector. Our investment in local content, our investment in sports broadcasting, our support for independent producers remains unwavering. Despite the challenges that we face and the headwinds that we face, that commitment remains. Thank you, Chair, for your attention.
So you're just going to, this is the one?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of the SABC Board, Portfolio Committee members, board members, my colleagues, and greetings. It feels a little bit awkward for me to stand here after a couple of years after being in the hot seat. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to present to the Portfolio Committee and the board of the SABC and the SABC community. What's important for us from Prime Media perspective, those that don't know me, Musa Makatini is my name. I work for Prime Media as CEO of Out of Home and Prime Media Studios. I was part of the SABC at some point in my life. What is important for us is understanding what role can we play as media players to support the public broadcaster. Because an SABC that works and an SABC that's got what it needs to be successful is very important for the industry at large. So compelling content, the chair spoke about the importance of compelling content. That becomes the currency of your ability to attract advertisers and generate revenues. So what I want to take you through at a high level really is what's been our intervention in terms of the content that we've provided as Prime Media at no cash cost from the SABC side from a production point of view. the number of the audiences that we've been able to deliver from that, and the conversion from the audience numbers to real revenue, and the incremental value that we see emanating from that investment. So I would have loved to start with a video, but I'm not sure whether the video can play. I doubt it. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't. Some of you may have seen some of the content and the shows that we've put on screen in collaboration with the SABC. It is a collaboration. We don't call it a partnership. But the slide in front of you just gives you a sense of some of the shows that we've put in place, what's been the performance in terms of improving the audience numbers. So if you look at Deal or No Deal, we've seen a 45% improvement. This is you comparing where were the numbers before the show and after the show. And Wheel of Fortune, we're looking at about 86%, 45%, and 25% for the Masked Singer. This is just what we've been able to do in the past year or so. And it's just a test for us to say, if we're to provide more of this kind of content, what could be the impact in terms of the audience numbers, and what could be the impact in terms of the sustainability of the SABC from a revenue point of view. So that kind of content that we've been able to collaborate on has been able to help us create about 1,528 TVRs in 1 year. And you can imagine if then you are able to do this over a prolonged period of time with better systems and better alignment, how much more value you can be able to create. Because from the TVRs, you are then able to generate the actual, what I call value or airtime that you can go sell. So if you look at the high level, undiscounted, you look at about 78 million a month. And if you multiply that by 12, you're really close to R1 billion. Of course, this is undiscounted. Of course, we use different parameters to discount, and we package things in a different way. But why it's important for us to show you this slide is to give you a sense of the potential that sits with having a compelling content, packaged correctly, scheduled correctly, and what you can get from that kind of a content. Of course, there is a view that Prime Media and SABC are competitors, but being competitors does not mean you can't collaborate. We don't have a TV channel. What we wanted to do was to play a part in content creation, and a particular content that may be attractive to the audiences of the SABC. But the difference that you have, if you look at even our radio station, the kind of clients that we have may not be exactly the same as clients that SABC have. So in collaborating, there is a benefit for SABC to be exposed to the clients that spend with us, and in that way, SABC start to then to benefit from those kind of relationships. Some of the clients saw the potential of being in SABC platform as a result of the sponsorship that they provided, and that has given an uplift in the SABC revenue, directly emanating from those clients that were not in the books of the SABC. And this is where, when you look at collaboration with a different eye, saying, what is the problem? What are you trying to solve for? Not be political, not be emotional about it, and say, we're running a business. And when you run a business, there's certain things that are very important. Do I have a product? Who can contribute in helping me build a product that is compelling? Prime Media has been able to play that role, and I'm sure other media owners play a different role. So that's the role we've played. And in that role, in a short space of time, we've seen some tangible results that are sustainable and that can make all of us successful. The other thing that we've done as Prime Media is to take some of other assets that we have, whether you're talking outdoor, you're talking radio. We also run a number of malls in South Africa. So we are in the mall space, we're in store, we're in outdoor, and the rest of Africa. So some part of Africa, so to speak. So when we take those assets that we have elsewhere and use them to promote and pump and position this content, it makes a difference. And when you look at what we've invested just to promote this kind of product, we've invested over 80 million rands as Prime Media. And that is part of our contribution to make sure that what we've produced is promoted, is positioned well, and it sells. So in essence, that's basically been our role and our contribution to what SABC is trying to do and what role we feel and we believe as Prime Media we can play. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me thank you so much for your presentations. as you leave, I'm tempted to say, you see, the problem we face is all our people are now sitting on the other side. So, but thank you very much for your presentations, and I think always responding to the call when we make it. We did say right at the onset that ours was about fostering these types of partnerships. So I want to invite the committee back onto the stage. And to thank you so much. We'll afford them an opportunity to ask one or two questions. Mr. Wellington, you were very careful, ne? And you were at pains to explain to us that this is what you were asked to speak about. Before you go, do you want to speak about what you were not asked to speak about, because you know you will be asked? I can give you the platform. Or you can... Then it's okay, we will raise it from the floor. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please may I invite you for you to engage with the presentations. And for the purpose of staff who have just joined us, you are all welcomed. My name is Kusela Digo, I'm the chairperson of the committee. Coming up now are members of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. We are just wrapping up the last part of our initial session of the engagement. I would, with their permission, introduce the members to you. I think we have since lost 2 members who did give me an apology. So I know I've got 1 member. An apology from Honorable Matafa, who had to go and join the Justice Portfolio Committee. Starting from my immediate left is Honorable Elishe Elishe. I always call it also, I forget, Honorable Elishe. Next to him is Honorable Imran Subrathi. Next to her, next to him is Honorable Sbongiseni Vilagazi. Next to him is Honorable Tsulufelo Bodlani. Next to her is Honorable Vusi Shongwe. Next to him is Honorable Ketamabala Sitole. Next to him is Honorable Colleen Makubele. And then at the end, last but not least, the Honorable Ashley Souls. So in the next few minutes, they will also be just engaging with the staff. I wanted to ask honorable members if we could just close off on the engagement with Prime Media and MultiChoice. Shall I start that side this time? Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the presentations. I am particularly encouraged by the posture of Prime Media in terms of their emphasis on what they have done and how they have done it to support the SABC. And we know that in the sector, SABC is viewed as a competitor to Prime Media, to MultiChoice and others. But obviously, based on what we've heard today, in terms of the policy framework, it is not necessarily the case, because in terms of policy, they are restricted and regulated in a different way than what the other competitors in the sector is. So therefore, you can then appreciate why it was so interesting to me that Prime Media is sensitive to that element and sees their approach to business as supporting the growth and the revenue increase of the SABC. With that backdrop, my question to MultiChoice is, do you have the same posture? And if so, in terms of value, what have you contributed back to the SABC? If you do consider them a competitor, which you are rightfully supposed to do, but of course, as I just explained, in terms of policy, technically it's not necessarily like business-to-business competition, but as you consider SABC a business and your competitor, my second question is, would you, like in the normal corporate setting, be very happy if your competitor in the person of SABC fails? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me echo the words of my colleague, Honorable Source, to say thank you for the presentations. And I'll start with the Prime Media presentation. I love numbers. I was very refreshed to see the level of detail that you went to demonstrate the value of the collaboration that you have with the public broadcaster. And I do believe there is value that SABC is also deriving from this partnership, but unfortunately we were not able to see that value in monetary terms. And I would be interested to understand what SABC makes out of this partnership. Because one of the things that we wouldn't want to see is at the back of the public broadcaster, we only empower the private sector while the SABC is struggling to be sustainable. So I need to understand what value does SABC, in their own words and the numbers that they make, compared to what Prime Media seems to be enjoying as revenue and the value, the collaboration, the growth, which we applaud. We need that. I think second to that is just interesting that Prime Media will then skim the cream and take you instead of leaving you here to push this SABC and not steal our talent, when they see that there is a collaboration. But nonetheless, we celebrate what you're doing, and we're very impressed with the presentation. So if we can get those values and understanding, if this partnership truly is beneficial to SABC, at what level, at what value, and where can it be improved from the perspective of SABC? Multi-choice, in our introduction, there was thank you also for the presentation. Good, thank you so much. Of course, there was not much detail, but it's just to understand, there was a concern that was raised that you pay all other broadcasters except for SABC, and would like to understand why is that the case, also in your own terms, monetary value that you derive from the SABC partnership or the collaboration, and if there are areas of improvement from SABC, where would those areas be, and how can SABC also derive financial value and growth out of this collaboration in comparison to what you might be enjoying as private sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and we appreciate the presentation from both the multi-choice and the media. But there's only one thing that, Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to get understanding of it: the issue of working together between the multi-choice and the SABC. I know that they are in a competition, but for the benefit of our community, for the benefit of youth who are at schools, who are in our locations and in township and in rural areas, is there any means that they can work together for the upliftment and the promotion and development of our youth in schools? Because I'm worried about the issue of schools, because if you don't take care of our youngsters in schools or our children in schools, actually it won't help us as a country to be developed. If that one can be actually looked at. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, that I'm trying to check is the issue of adopting, because the multi-choice says they are working with schools. Is any program that they do have to adopt the schools, especially in rural areas? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I might be not much diplomatic on the question I want to ask. I apologize in advance, Chair. Thank you for the prompt presentation on both companies. There is an outcry in the community of Northwest and Free State. This is a question to MultiChoice. They are not represented, the Botswana people are not represented, and the Basotho people in Free State in local TV. In my understanding, last year, January, 2 channels were switched off by MultiChoice regarding the license issue from ICASA. Now, I want clarity on this thing, Uti. Some of the channels that have been there for years in MultiChoice, local, some don't have local license from ICASA, and how are they there and the others removed? I just need clarity on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll be very brief. I think just a great appreciation for MultiChoice and Prime Media appearing to the Portfolio Committee. At least they also get a sense that there is a great appreciation of the work that they do, and for the committee to also understand how they feature in the landscape. So mine would be, Chairperson, if with your indulgence, is taking back the question I asked earlier about how we have had the SABC saying there should be some repatriation by DSTV on the materials that MultiChoice has used that is coming from DSTV. I asked the question earlier, but unfortunately we ran out of time with the SABC during that session. What is your view on that? Is that a discussion that is happening? Is that a consideration? What is the update? Yes. Oh, I said it the other way around. The lady was nodding. I think she got me. So the SABC content, which was used by MultiChoice. Is there a plan by MultiChoice, in good faith, for argument's sake, to give something to the SABC, to plow back to the SABC based on the productions that you have used that would have been, I suppose, owned by the SABC, produced by the SABC? Hope I'm making sense.
Thank you, Chair. Just thank you to the organizations for the presentations. I don't really have deep questions. The presentations were short. I'm looking forward to going into them and just looking at them further. I do believe that it's good that these entities will partner with the SABC, especially under these circumstances that we were talking about in regard to the SABC's situation. But as the Honorable Makubela was saying, I was just thinking to myself that there's no such thing as a free lunch. So it's important that in as much as we see that the SABC is benefiting, to what extent or to what extent actually is it benefiting? And is it not losing its audience? Because I noticed that there's an impression that these two commercial entities are just going out of their way to assist. But obviously that can't be true. They wouldn't be doing it if they were not benefiting in any way. They themselves are getting exposed to this huge audience that the SABC represents or brings to the table. Nevertheless, I think the idea of collaboration or partnership is still a good one, and one that hopefully at some point, maybe, Chair, in a more specific way, we can interrogate as the committee. But thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me appreciate the Prime Media team and MultiChoice team for really being very succinct and precise in their presentations, to afford us more time to spend and engage with the staff. I want to appreciate their having to cut down significant amount of their presentations, which were very, very colorful, and we look forward to going through those presentations. Chairperson, let me also appreciate what I seen here is really a sense of Ubuntu and a selfless relationship between what is seemingly competitors working together to assist SABC fulfill its public mandate, and really trying to draw from their skills. And as my colleagues have pointed out, there's no free lunch, but I'd like to focus on the positive exposure that SABC gets riding on the back of these other prime media and multi-choice. Maybe my two questions would be, given the fact that we have a very young South African viewership, a very youthful viewership, maybe my question would be to SABC is, and maybe then also to multi-choice and to prime media, is that how can we support SABC to produce content and sharpen content that will really speak to contemporary issues facing our youth, with the intention that it strengthens the public broadcaster and fulfills this public mandate. And the second question probably would be just to piggyback on the fact that one of the USPs, the unique selling propositions of SABC, is that it offers programs in multilingual, in many languages. Maybe I would ask, what are the learnings out of this partnership that we can enhance this unique offering of multilingual programming? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think you were trying to set me up, having me speak to prevent what was happening in the last session. But Chair, I have only maybe 3 questions. And I think the first one, it would just be to try and understand from multi-choice, why is it that SABC is not allowed to broadcast the cricket and rugby games? I think I just need clarity on that. And the other one, I just want maybe to understand what is the percentage quota of advertising for multi-choice. And maybe you can help us by telling us who is monitoring this. I ask this because then if you are not sticking to the percentage that you're supposed to stick to, the one that is permissible, that would mean that you are eating on other kids' food, which is the SABC in this case. So I just need to understand that. And maybe, Chair, the last one, I want to understand, why is it that you're not paying the SABC for their content and having them on their platform? I think paying them will not be in good faith, colleague. It's a reasonable thing to do. You're supposed to pay them. You're having them on your platforms, and you are using their content. And the thing is that with what we were talking about earlier on, which is like one of my concerns, you've got your subscribers, right, paying for subscription, and they're not paying for the TV license, because then you have the SABC platforms, and they would say that they are paying the subscription fee. So how are you maybe working that around to compensate the SABC for the money that you're getting for having them on their platform, or for having them on your platform and the content that you're using? That's all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members, for those insights. I think all the questions have been asked, but I think there are some which we cannot overemphasize. The first one is what Honorable Alicia speaks about in terms of the sporting rights. Now, what I want to know, and this is how I want to phrase the question while I mansplain what she was saying, it's for emphasis. We're told about sub-licensing here, and it doesn't go really much into detail. But I want to understand, what is the problem with cooperation between MultiChoice and SABC around sporting rights? It cannot be correct that in a country where a lot of people, the majority of people, because when I looked at your numbers, I think you were sitting at 7.6 million subscribers, give or take, and then I would assume that those are households. The majority of people cannot afford DSTV, and you are bleeding numbers right now. Now you go and you outbid SABC consistently on sporting rights, because obviously you have the financial muscle to do so. What is wrong with cooperating, jointly bidding for those sporting rights so that all of the people of South Africa can enjoy that without having to go into your platform? But also we were hearing here that the top 3, in the top 5, I think, shows in the country, being Uzalo, Skimsam, and Generations, those are SABC shows. So whether you say the regulations insist that you must carry SABC, they bring in the numbers. So SABC is not what Honorable I think Subrathi was saying. It's not a free lunch. It's not getting a free lunch from MultiChoice. They bring in the numbers. And we are told here, please do correct us if we're wrong. You are not paying carriage fees to SABC. The regulations say you must carry. We believe that you also must pay, and that is on commercial basis. So what is the problem with doing that, MultiChoice? Secondly, there's been discussions around collection agents. This is not a new discussion. Can the MultiChoice or pay TV subscribers, maybe let me not go for MultiChoice only, pay TV subscribers who have the capacity and the systems, can they collect on behalf of the SABC? I think we reject the affordability argument. You're talking about a TV license of 285 Rand. If you were to spread that across 12 months, you are looking less than 30 Rand. DSTV, for example, is a luxury. It's a luxury. So for us to want to argue that no, that 20 Rand or so you cannot carry, I would need to be convinced. But secondly, you can also charge a collection fee if you want. What is this resistance that MultiChoice has so much to doing this, which we believe, sitting here, and you've been hearing us the whole day, the financial sustainability of the SABC is paramount, and we believe that these are easily quick wins that you can implement. But we also want to know, why does MultiChoice consistently seek to discount the rate card? Whenever, SABC and them, I'm not saying you must collude. Please, don't get me wrong. We're not saying collude. But you are forcing the likes of SABC to keep chasing you, whereas you know that you've got an additional revenue stream, which is a subscription fees. SABC doesn't have that. Now, they have to compete with you on price, and you don't have a public service mandate to fulfill. And I'd like to see this Super Sports Schools program, because also that was sounding like, it's a favor. SABC is compelled to do that because that is what the public service mandate speaks to, developmental sports. So were you presenting it to us to say this is also part of your contribution to the development, to the public service mandate? I think we'd like to get, just a sense of that. Without wasting any time, we've got all these beautiful people sitting here waiting for their engagement. May I please ask Prime Media, Ms. Tolwane, I'm not seeing you anymore. Do you have a roving mic there? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me start. Firstly, I just want to clarify that Prime Media is not...
Sorry, sir, won't you please stand for that camera?
Stand.
Yeah, we're back in an open session. So.
Maybe I want to clarify the first point around Prime Media. Prime Media is not a competitor to SABC because we're not a licensed TV station. So we're not a competitor. So the other important thing that I wanted to confirm is we only make money as Prime Media when SABC makes money. So there is no way that Prime Media can make money when SABC is not making money. What Prime Media has done, we've provided content that we believe is compelling, and if SABC is then able to monetize that content, then SABC makes money and we all make money. But what we have done is a contribution up front as Prime Media. We've sorted the production cost of that content. So that did not cost SABC anything up front because Prime Media made means and plans to get that funded. So what then needs to happen is then for the SABC then to sell those ratings that we've created. Then from there, then we'll be able to make money. So there is no way that we can make money and SABC is not. I hope I've covered all the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with some of the questions and I'll let my colleagues deal with the rest that I don't deal with. I think perhaps to start off with the first question around our posture towards towards SABC, and what have we contributed back to the SABC in terms of value. I think, Chair, we were quite deliberate in our slides to outline some of the commercial partnerships that we have entered into with the SABC. And those are subject to the commercially negotiated terms that we have agreed with the SABC. We didn't put up the numbers there. If we were to take an example about, perhaps, I think there was something about the channels. We didn't put any of the numbers up there because of the sensitivities around it. But I'm sure in your close sessions with the SABC, they can attest to some of the partnerships that we have and the value that perhaps they get in from those partnerships. I think the second question, Chair, I would like to deal with is around mass carry. The question is, why are we not paying the SABC for the channels that we carry? Chair, I think the regulations are clear that we must carry, and that carriage is then subject to commercially negotiated terms. We have, in good faith, engaged in negotiations with the SABC, and unfortunately we haven't found each other. One obviously appreciates that those negotiations were led by the management or executive team that is not here at the moment, by the predecessors. And I think we still, in line with the regulations, are open to having, in good faith, commercial negotiation to comply with the regulations.
Sorry, but I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you just give us a sense when this... I'm trying to get the amount of time you have not been finding one another. Over what period are we talking?
I think since the regulations came in force with the terms that they are framed in. So it's been a long-standing negotiation. There's been long-standing attempts and efforts to find each other.
Sorry, give us a year maybe. Like some members of the committee are new, so we just want to understand since when?
I think probably since 2022, I think.
Okay.
I think there was a question around sports rights. Can we cooperate? Why are we outbidding the SABC on sports rights? I think, Chair, and I think my colleagues will probably provide a bit more color to it. So the sports rights are owned by the rights owners, the sports bodies, whether it's SARU or PSL or SAFA. And generally, when they release these rights or when they invite bids for these rights, they can do it in one of two ways. The one way is to say, we're going to sell subscription rights on their own. We're going to sell the public broadcasting services rights on their own. Or the alternative is they can combine them. So in instances where the rights are sold as a composite package that includes both pay TV and perhaps public broadcasting, I think that's probably where you would have the competition. But there are instances where they are sold separately, and there is nothing that prevents the SABC from acquiring those rights. Where we acquire the composite rights, we then enter into sub-licensing arrangement to enable the SABC to also query those games. And there is also the regulations that compel us for certain specific sport of public interest that we need to then make those available to a public broadcaster. I'm going to allow Anon and Lara to just perhaps close the loop on the rest of the question.
Thank you. Maybe just one thing. There was a thing, are we really competitors? And the answer is yes, we are really competitors. And we broadly competitors with everybody who competes for eyeballs. So, we're competitors with the SABC, we're competitors with e-media, but we're also competitors with social media, cinema, anything that competes for the time, the viewing of the audience, we are in competition. Bearing in mind, of course, that the SABC does carry a public mandate, and that's been acknowledged in policy, but so does the commercial free-to-air, and to a lesser extent, subscription broadcasting. So those are the 3 tiers of licensing. And I suppose that speaks to the key question that was also asked is, would one want to see the SABC fail, other broadcasters? And the answer would be absolutely not. So if the SABC failed, there would be a cascade down to the commercial, free-to-airs, subscription broadcasters of many of the public mandate aspects that the SABC has to carry. So obviously there is a value to the SABC, to the public at large, in terms of the public mandate programming that they do, that is not necessarily at the same level done by other broadcasters, whether they be on radio or television. There was a question around youth and sports and are we doing anything with schools? We have got a number of programs. I won't go into detail because I'm aware that the staff are waiting to see you. We can send you our social report. It goes into detail about our Let's Play initiatives. We have DSTV labs at schools. So we've got a number of initiatives that are looking at schools over and above post schools, looking at youth in terms of development programs to assist them in developing the skills necessary to work as talent in the industry. There was an aspect about, I think, maybe just to touch base quickly on one of the must-carry elements, is that must carry is an obligation that's imposed on subscription broadcasters. It is imposed in the basis that you have to carry the SABC channels that are identified in regulations by ICASA, and for multi-choice, because of the number of channels we have, it's practically everything that is broadcast by the SABC to the public is a must-carry channel. So if it's broadcast over the air in analog or DTT, it becomes a must-carry channel. And we would have to request the SABC in terms of the regulations to carry those channels. The SABC is under there's been an argument whether that must-carry obligation extends to the public broadcaster, because there are channels we have requested which are must-carry channels. They haven't been provided to us, and we can also understand why that is. So I think the other element of that is the value. One of the aspects is, and I think maybe just to touch on it because I think the chair asked about it, is since 2022 we have not attained a new agreement. That doesn't mean there is no agreement in place. The regulations provide that the previous agreement remains in place until such time as the SABC decides they don't want it to remain in place, or until the next negotiations are concluded. And in terms of that agreement, we pay all the signal distribution fees. So that works out about 45 million per year for the signal distribution costs of the SABC on our platform, and they retain all the advertising revenue that they obtain from selling DSTV subscribers numbers to their advertisers. So I think there's definitely a value that comes out of the relationship of having their content on our platform in terms of the ability of the SABC to access the subscribers, which otherwise they would not have access to, which is the reason why Parliament initially put that provision in law, was to ensure that the SABC had access to all South Africans.
Chair, I'll be very brief because I'm sure you want to wrap up. I mean, maybe just to start on the must-carry question. You know, the origins around a must-carry rule they originate in, I think, in Europe, and the driving force behind it was a fear that your public broadcasters would get shut out of pay TV systems, so that people would take up a pay TV subscription, and while they could still get the public broadcaster channels over the air, putting over their TV aerial, they wouldn't bother to. That was the fear. So a rule gets put in place to say we don't want our public broadcasters to be shut out of pay TV systems. So we're going to require pay TV to make arrangements to carry these channels. The channels do not become the subscription broadcasters' channels. They are their channels, their viewers, their advertising revenue. That is the value that they gain from being carried on the system. The value that our subscribers get is being able to seamlessly access those channels. But our subscribers are, hard-pressed consumers. They don't want to pay for channels that they are entitled to get for free and that they do get for free on other platforms. So I think that is all I have to say on must carry. Just on a few of the others, the quotas on advertising, I believe we're absolutely compliant with all the advertising regulations. I don't think I would be horrified working within the regulatory department if we are exceeding any of those, but I don't think that is the case. On the TV license collection issue, you know, we historically have put quite a lot of work into thinking about how could we improve the way TV licenses are collected. And I'm sure, Chair, you'll recall when we presented to you on the SABC bill, and we've done some modeling, etc. And our solution would be to get SARS to collect. So we've been a bit, I would say, almost mystified by the proposal that somehow we can help in this situation. You know, we collect subscriptions from pay TV audiences of about 7.6 million, Chair, as you said. You know, the SABC has a much bigger database of TV households who are not, for whatever reason, whether it's economic circumstances or dissatisfaction, I don't know, but are not paying their TV license. We are not understanding why we would be a better collector of that TV license. So I think all the colleagues that have seen our presentations on this would know that we have really seriously engaged with how to solve this problem. We are open to this conversation, but we do feel that this is a bit of a non-starter, us collecting the TV license fee. Chair, I think that, maybe just as a last comment, the Honourable Member spoke about the strengths of the SABC in multilingual programming and in, appealing to the youth. And I think, I'm a former SABCer myself, and I think the question was asked in terms of, is there something that we could teach the SABC, but I think absolutely that is an area where the SABC leads the industry in local content, in multilingual productions. They're incredibly strong, and we're very supportive of what they're doing in that area.
Thank you very much, Lara, Wellington, Enon. If you must, one quick follow-up. So, Honourable, no?
They didn't answer the question.
Okay, repeat. Sorry, please pass it down.
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying they didn't answer my question, so I don't know whether they do have the answer or they will answer later. And Honourable Danis too. There were a lot of them. No, I feel the same way about the response, Chair.
Okay, one word, your question. Sorry, I did take down your questions, but I'm not sure. Which one are you referring to in particular?
No, both. I mean, at Prime Media, I was quite excited because Prime Media had the posture of, though they are competitors, they have a posture of how do they contribute to the SABC. But then Prime Media stood up and then burst my bubble and said, no, we are not competitors. And so it's almost like we're just doing what we're doing. All that stuff that I saw of the market value and all of that kind of stuff that's given back, it's like, no, we're just doing that because we need the SABC just as much as they need us. I thought it was an intentional posture to say that even though we're competing, and I still believe that there's a level of competition in terms of the market that you reach. It's both you and the SABC, you're competing for that market and so on. But of course, I should take your word for it. So I take back my compliment to you. You are very evil. You are very, very evil. You're just doing it because you want to support yourself. But to to multi-choice. The only reason why I asked that question was a way to get around to understand exactly what the posture is. I was just merely trying to test the posture. And to answer the question of when your response was that you view the SABC like you view anybody else. They are competition like everybody else. That's what I wanted to get to. And would you want them to fail? That question was not to sort of prick to say you want them to fail, but it was more to say, what is your posture? You would only not want them to fail because if they fail, you then carry the burden of free TV and all that kind of stuff that you just spoke about. And so I was trying to get to that, to say that maybe that should not be the posture of multi-choice. The posture should be, yes, there is competition, but there should be some element of saying this is a public entity. As citizens of this country, you have some sort of responsibility to help them along. They also have responsibility, and we are not denying that, but I'm just asking for a posture of don't treat them like Netflix. Treat them like we have a responsibility. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I don't think that we've exhausted these issues, and I welcome Lara saying that we must continue the conversation. I do want to close with the view that we are going to engage specifically, I think, with MultiChoice on these issues further. I'm trying to find the chairperson of ICASA because I would want him to have the last word. I want to know if they've been negotiating for 3 years and cannot find one another. Whose responsibility is it to break that deadlock? Otherwise, this is going to be another Broadcasting Act. We sit here waiting for it to be amended for 10 years.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Currently, if the deadlock it's not managed, we do have a CCC within the authority. I think that's the structure that they should think of engaging. Unfortunately, as ICASA now, I cannot intervene because of the commercial nature. So those are my limitations for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe we need ICASA to guide, because if SABC speaks about its interim financial measures, this issue of mass carry being resolved is urgent. And I think that if, without involving yourselves in the commercials, MultiChoice says there's an arrangement that persists, they can continue with that, there's no vacuum. SABC says they're not happy with the arrangement that persists. So could we get guidance from ICASA on this matter? Not for you to respond now, Chair.
All right.
Okay. Colleagues, honorable members, thank you. Thank you very much for your engagement. Let me thank yourselves from MultiChoice, from Prime Media CEO. It's nice to see you again. We truly do appreciate the manner in which you've approached these engagements with us, and we look forward to having a lot more with you in future. Again, let me apologize to members of staff, some who may have joined after. We apologized the first time that we ran late on today's program, but we as a committee were committed to ensure that this engagement with staff happens. We do feel, and firstly I think it's important that in front of you as a committee we applaud you. If you were ESCOM, we would say for keeping the lights on. In your case, I think it's said we applaud you that you ensured that the show goes on. It's been a difficult couple of years from the SABC. You are also emerging from a Section 189 process where many of your colleagues would have been retrenched. You've had instability in some instances in your board, in your executive leadership. You've had a parliamentary inquiry that you've had to live through, and I know that there are still scars that are carried by some in the organization from that process. So we thought as a committee it would be truly I can't find a way to say it would be truly a misnomer, if we did not come and touch base with yourselves and check how things are going. We could have engaged the unions. We had to choose between speaking to the staff and speaking to the unions, and we said we would wish to engage with the unions. Sometime last year, we did receive presentations from the Communications Workers Union. No, they didn't present. They came, they fought in the meeting, and they left. Then we had Bemau, who presented on behalf of staff here at the SABC. And they raised a number of issues, a lot of them which at that point I think the executive committed to deal with, especially on issues of salary increases that had not been paid at that point. I do not want to lead the staff. I think that we are truly here just to engage. You may wonder that when this portfolio committee is here, so we've seen them come and go. I do want to make a commitment that in the 7th administration, this particular portfolio committee has taken a decision to be an activist committee. It's taken a decision to be an interventionist committee. So we don't just come here, listen and pretend none of these things have ever happened. In our oversight report, we make very pointed recommendations to government in terms of the issues that they need to deal with. So this engagement then is part and parcel of those issues. CEO, I don't see the CEO. CEO, these are your people. I don't know if you have one or two words you want to say before we open the engagement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I must apologize for keeping you all waiting. Our program ran over this morning. You can imagine it was quite a packed program, but I must also just express my gratitude for your patience in waiting, because I think this engagement with the portfolio committee is very critical, and this is a great opportunity for the employees' voices to be heard. What's important here is that this is actually a closed session, so the previous, colleagues from the media industry are not going to be in the room. The management of the SABC, and I'm not talking about, executive management, won't be in the room. The board will also exit the room. That's just to give everybody an opportunity to, because sometimes when your managers are sitting next to you, you might not be able to express free speech, but it's an opportunity for you to engage with the portfolio committee on this very critical oversight visit. So please engage, and we are looking forward to receive the feedback from the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. No, it's fine. You can.
Not for the executives, but it's an open meeting.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, because my people almost wanted to cut the.
No, it's fine. Colleagues, if we may settle down, if we can settle down. As Ms. Patiswa leaves, Esteemed staff members of the SABC, okay, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated, we have not come to you with an agenda. It happens to us so many times that, you know, when we meet with some of you in the corridors or on interviews or anywhere else, issues are usually raised with us one-on-one. And as a committee, we obviously then try to get to the bottom of those issues, and it's not always so easy to do so when you're a single member dealing with issues. So we thought that with the committee here, it would be easier maybe to get first-hand information from yourselves. We constantly go up and congratulate the leadership, we congratulate yourselves, because we know that it's not an easy period in the SABC. But I don't think we have real insight into some of the issues that you may be facing at coalface. And that's why we thought, let us do this in this format. I did indicate that we asked for staff, not for unions, but I'm not sure if amongst yourselves you also decided that you were just going to come and speak one by one, or if there's anybody that you thought would also be raising some of the points that you wanted to raise. I also want to make a point, colleagues, that we've had incidences before dealing with another entity where we had victimization of a staff member after speaking to the committee. And it would be, I think it would be an understatement to say that the committee rained hellfire on that entity. So as you would when you appear in Parliament, I think you are in a protected space, and we would just love to hear from yourselves in terms of the issues. Does anyone want to break the ice? I was going to pick on you to break it anyway if you didn't. Ms. Sophie, do we have roving mics? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and the entire committee. Mine is a very short one. My humble appeal is that can the committee support the board and the executive and the SABC staff in relation to pushing for a better outcome on the funding model of the SABC. It has been many years that even staff members have made presentations in terms of what can be done so that SABC is sustainable. That's the only comment I have. Can you speed up that process? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophie.